maman là. Vous avez la moyenne fois un coup de là, vous avez moins jaloux, il fait moins pitié et tout. Là, j'aimerais pas y comprendre. Là, j'aimerais jaloux. Vous va dire oui, jaloux et tout. Ah, si je veux. Pas de votre bagaille. Où est-ce que l'argent, ça, il est mauvais, non? Tout partout, même pas là, il y a l'argent. Et regardez où est-ce qu'il est là? Ok, on a dit ça, on a dit ça, s'il vous plaît, on a dit qu'il est là. Ok. Bandou un bagaille. Bah, l'argent, ça, il met sur toi. Tant ça, madame, combien il joue ici? Moi, ici, il y a tout ça bon. Il n'y a pas de nom mal, c'est nom l'argent, il peut se yon dek.
C'est nom l'argent,
même si il a marché prêté.
C'est nom l'argent,
même si il y a mal gardé.
C'est nom l'argent,
même si il y a mal gardé.
C'est nom l'argent,
secret. Oh, monsieur, no day. Mama, il flambeau. Monsieur qui va être quiet comme ça, ça va être ni la fièvre. Ça la fièvre, ça dengue et puis chikungunya. Et bien Zika, non, pas ni Zika, jeune. Zika, mais il n'y a pas qu'à poser, enlève beaucoup les messieurs. Bon, on pas ni Zika, messieurs, oui, moi, on homme changé, et c'est pour ça. Bah, dis à ton bagage, messieurs, nous avons un petit blague là. Ça, un homme, il a pris chaque coup, toutes les madames, il a battu. Ça, il dit, il y a un grand mazon, il dit, tout le bagage, c'est un homme. Passez votre en violet, passez, c'est un homme. Tout ça, monsieur fait, il dit, c'est un homme qui n'a pas de problème là, monsieur. Il dit, où ça va faire? Où ça va faire? Il dit, non, il va marier. Il a supporté ça. Il dit qu'il a supporté ça 100%, il voulait tourner. Autant de présent, il voulait tourner femme. So il dit qu'il a supporté ça affaires. Femme, non, il a marié avec non. Oui, maman, ici, oui. Bon, maman, d'où ça? Là, pour nous commencer à partir actuellement. La tenue en chaï bagaille qui passe, messieurs. C'est pour ça, moi, d'où? C'est pour depuis actuellement, vous voyez, non, je vais mettre gol ou pas qu'à savoir qui est-ce qui nomme, qui est-ce qui femme. Bon.
Papa, tiwe, papa. Papa, tiwe, papa. Papa, tiwe, papa. Papa, tiwe, papa, usa awate. Papa, tiwe, papa, usa delode. Papa, tiwe, papa, dase sanchimeya. Papa, tiwe, papa, dase Papa, tiwe, papa, dase Papa, tiwe, papa. Papa, tiwe, papa, tiwe, papa,
c'est quoi dire, mais c'est maman flambeau, nous avons dit bienvenue. Et moi, je dis ça, c'est le dernier coup, nous avons fini là pour m'entendre. Enjoy God, restez là, en union, en respect. Demain, si vous voulez, je vais une pièce news, top news qu'a fait actuellement. Je vais comporter bien. Si tous ces jeunes mamans là, je vais dire comporter bien, bien, merci bien.
DJ, bravo, DJ, bravo, DJ, bravo, DJ, bravo, champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows it, bravo, a champion, champion, champion. DJ, bravo, DJ, bravo, DJ, bravo.
and executive members, please make your way to the stage. All candidates and executive members, please make your way to the stage. and executive members, please make your way to the stage. We are getting ready to begin the meeting. Candidates and executive members, please make your way to the stage. Martin Pearson kahelewe. Awa, y'all are getting warmer. Let's see if we can get you a little bit warmer. Bye-bye, Flavor! Super! Ebe un poco pawe because mwen ka wala ni tuop moun jis a bout de ala. Et puis la ni tuop moun jis pa de ala. Si zo vle nou koumase, tout moun vini pli pwe an vini asam. So se moun ki jis pa de ala. Et puis pa de ala vini pli pwe pou nou koumase. Super! Ebe nou kay koumase an soya. Calling Miss Petrona Andrew. Petrona Andrew, please make your way to the stage.
stand. All it takes on my plan. And baby, I wanna stay. That's way. For the longest time, baby, I never leave you. So even when you get past it, I said me never give up. I said there ain't no giving in. Now when the going get tough, I said the tough get going. My people don't give up. I said there ain't no giving in. No, Rastafari guide like a knife from the beginning. Oh, a lot of youths in life say them can't get the pressure no more. But from your trust in the most high life, I will get better for sure. You go on the roadside, Babylon say fi take up your bag and way. Boy, no but we still not give up. Me say we solid as a rock like a lantern. Not give up.
Good evening, everybody. We're getting ready to begin our meeting this evening. I'm so happy to see so many of you, but I'd still like to make an appeal for those of you who are way in the corner. I would appreciate if you can come closer. And those of you who are way to the side, if you can come closer. We like to ensure that the front of the stage looks really nice and packed, and the candidates enjoy your company. When they sit there, they like to know that you are really close to them. So I would like to appeal to you to please come closer. To begin our meeting this evening, we always begin with prayer. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you please put yourself in a position for prayer as we welcome Miss Petrona Andrew to open us in a word of prayer this evening.
Grande Riviere myself! Rumors them a spread in the air, but they can't stop the spider. They greedy for power. Whoa, they greedy for power. They labor rights. Deceitful lies, them devise. but they can't stop the spider. They greedy for power. Oh, they greedy for power. The labor boys, the only one worthy. How about them now? The only one worthy to not represent and prove leadership with hard work and commitment. If you look around, his work is quite evident. So we voting Spider back in the government. Oh, we voting for Leonard Montoute. What we voting for? Leonard Montoute, Leonard Spider Montoute. Hey, Leonard Montoute. An election day we going out and we voting Leonard Montoute, Leonard Spider Montoute, Leonard Montoute for Gros Islet. Spider again, we voting for Spider again. We voting for Spider again. We voting for Spider again. A Shaimon ka parler, tout côté yo aller. Mais yo pas ka faire rien pour aider mon Gros Islet. If it's evident, hey, right now we in here, we bringing in Spider, hey, right back in here, hey, voting for Leonard Montoute and Spider Montoute. Leonard Montoute, an election day we going out and we voting Leonard Montoute, Leonard Spider Montoute, Leonard Montoute for Gros Islet. Rumors them a spread in the air, but they can't stop the spider. They greedy for power. They greedy for power, the labor boys. Deceitful lies, them devise, but they can't stop the spider. They greedy for power. Oh, they greedy for power. The labor, hey! Spider again, we voting for Spider again. We voting for Spider again. We voting for Spider again. We voting Spider again. We voting for Spider again. We voting for Spider again. We voting for Spider again. We voting. Grande Riviere myself. Spider Montoute, Leonard Montoute for Gros Islet. Hey, Spider again, we voting for Spider again. Thank you very much.
Who you voting? Let me hear you say Spider. 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 This election, we are voting the United Workers' Party, and for Gros Islet, we are voting for who? I didn't hear you. That's right. The St. Lucia Labour Party, we are giving you notice tonight that your time is up. You have to tell the St. Lucia Labour Party that their time is up. Their time is up. Assez, c'est assez. Nous las pour faire cette lisi. Et puis nous can mettre United Workers Party with Leonard Montoute in Gros Islet. And so to continue our meeting this evening, we will call on a young lady from the constituency, Miss Diane Felicia, as she addresses you tonight. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome her.
You see, the nation without a soul is like a ship that has lost its rudder. Nation gone. Born in a land of such great expectation. Over the years, I want to deterioration. Just couldn't stand by idly and say for shame. Someone or something.
As a young lady and a working wife, I am here to lend my support to Leonard Montoute, our candidate for Gros Islet constituency. As we all know, Spider has given us good representation to the constituency and to St. Lucia during his tenure as a minister. Spider has a good track record, and we saw it in the many and varied programs that were completed during his stint. To name a few, the ICT centers, water project at Labon, he impact in the youth through swimming and sports, and we know of the measly things completed. Let us not forget the road we now enjoy from Gros Islet to Pigeon Island, which was once a gully, and it was during his term this was done. We let him down, and we have seen that it's not worth it. A number of projects was stopped and not kept. We now have in Moshi and Gros Islet, the parks are now being demolished. I call on the women, the youth, and the entire constituency on election day to vote Leonard Montoute and the UWP, who is here to rescue us.
You see, as a nation without a soul is like a ship that has lost its rudder. Nation gone.
Spider to the rescue of Gros Islet. Somebody tell me Gros Islet is sinking. And we need somebody to rescue Gros Islet. Who you getting to rescue Gros Islet? Spider again. Maman Gros Islet, ils ont fait un mistake. Yo fois pas fait mistake ça là encore. We need Spider to rescue Gros Islet, which is one of the largest constituencies in St. Lucia. And you need a man of vision, and a man who had started so many good works to continue these works and to rescue Gros Islet out of the mess that it is in. Are you ready to elect Spider again? Tonight, we have a very special lady in the house. This is a woman of substance. This is a woman who has stood up against all odds. She has stood up on her own, and she took on an entire cabinet for what she believed. And this is a woman today who has given so much support, not only to St. Lucia and to the constituency that she represented, which was Cashry Central, but also to the United Workers' Party. And this is a woman who will continue to contribute to the development of St. Lucia because she has the interest and the love of St. Lucia right there in her heart. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome none other than Mrs. Sarah Flood-Beaubrun as she addresses you this evening.
Maman Flabo! Frère c'est bonsoir. Frère c'est nous ni pour les mains on dit fait en élection ça. Nous ni pour les mains on dit fait en élection ça. Brothers and sisters, we have to light a fire in this election. Nous ni pour les mains en flambeau en élection ça. I want to start tonight with a little story. Bon, écoutez-moi bien. Frère, écoutez ça moi qu'a dit autre soir. I want to start tonight with a story. A true story. About 13 years ago, I sat in a room with about 13 other people. And some of us bowed our heads, and some of us made the sign of the cross. And we were about to pray. And one man stood in that room and he said, "Not inside of here. Prayers are not happening inside of here." A true story. And some of us, we muttered quietly, but nobody stopped him, not even me. And that day, no prayers were said inside that room because that man said no prayers were going to happen in that room. So, ça qui fait la frère c'est, nom ça là qui dit pièce là prière pas qu'à fait là. Où ça il fait? Il prend bon Dieu moi, il prend bon Dieu vous et il ouvre la porte là et il mettait bon Dieu dehors et il ferme la porte là fijali. That happened in our country about 13 years ago. That man took my God and he took your God and he put God outside, slammed the door in his face and said, "You are not welcome in our meetings." And brothers and sisters, où savent ça qui a fait là où mettez bon Dieu dehors? Qui ça qui a fait? So on that day, when God was put outside, a creature walked inside that room and established himself. So your bet en toi en chambre ça là et il establish quoi là et il a toujours. Now that is a serious problem. That happened 13 years ago and we see where we are today. Bon, l'année yon bagay qui tellement important en élection ça. In this election, there is something very important. We need to elect a government that will go inside that room, take that creature from inside of there, jeter the wall, and viens mettre bon Dieu assis. We need a government that will go inside that room, take that creature, fling it outside, and put God back where he's supposed to be established. And brothers and sisters, if that does not light a fire in you tonight to do something to get rid of Kenny Anthony and his administration, I don't know what will. So, brothers and sisters, ever since that happened that day, the country is upside down. Chutbagay tetaba. We need to reverse that order. And what happened then, after that creature was established, a man established himself as a god in our country. So we have a government that doesn't care about people. We have a prime minister who thinks that he's a god. You know what happened? He asked me to choose between him and God. My choice was obvious, and I've been victimized ever since. So, brothers and sisters, if there's one thing I want you to leave with tonight, is that we have a responsibility to reverse what happened 13 years ago. And this government, led by Alan Chastanet, I am convinced will do that. And this has to be our first order of business when we get into government. I am going to speak a little bit on health, brothers and sisters, because honestly, I cannot understand a minister of health who's a woman, who is supposed to understand the suffering of people. There is not one thing we can say that Alvina Reynolds has done as a minister of health. Now, brothers and sisters, I am not saying that Alvina Reynolds must work miracles. Health is a very difficult ministry. And when you add human services, family affairs, and gender relations, and when you add a prime minister who does not give money to health, I would sympathize with Alvina Reynolds if I thought there were one or two things that she did in the Ministry of Health. Mais ou paka dimwe that you are a woman supposed to understand the sufferings of people, and there are so many babies dying at Victoria Hospital when mothers go to give birth. This is nonsense. The number of babies who have died at Victoria Hospital is unprecedented. A simple intervention Alvina Reynolds could have made was to say, I want every pregnant mother who is in labor to be fitted with a fetal monitor. You know what that is? They put the instruments so they can monitor the baby's heartbeat. They can know what is happening inside the mother's womb to know the baby is in distress. You mean to tell me a simple intervention like that that can save so many lives, Alvina Reynolds could not do even that? After a woman has carried a baby for 9 months, we know what it is like, women. People don't know how much we suffer to carry that baby for 9 months. Sometimes we're on bed rest for 5 months. You know, our body changes. It's never the same again. We get varicose veins. We get stretch marks. We get diabetes. We get everything. That's okay. We don't mind that. The one thing we want to know is when we're ready to give birth, we will come out of the hospital with a happy, healthy baby. That's all we're asking for. A hospital is supposed to be waiting there for pregnant women to come anytime. Now, I am not knocking the midwives at Victoria Hospital at all, because we know we have a situation where sometimes you have 4 mothers in the labor room with just 1 midwife. You know that, brothers and sisters. You know that. You've been there. So I'm asking Alvina Reynolds to do one thing before she leaves office. Make sure we reduce significantly or eliminate completely the number of babies that are going to die at Victoria Hospital under her watch. Second point, a minister of health is supposed to build on what was left before. We're not asking you to do everything. So after she does what we ask her, I hope she does it, when we get into office, we will make sure that the fetal monitor is there, but we need to arrive at a situation where there is an obstetrician in the hospital. so that any pregnant mother developing complications can have an obstetrician right there. This business of having obstetricians on call and they're at their home and they have to come all the way through traffic whilst a baby is dying inside a mother's womb is unacceptable. Unacceptable. If you're on call, you're supposed to be in the hospital. Every second counts. Every minute counts. You're talking about life. You're talking about 2 lives. Okay? Now, we had a space constraint at Victoria Hospital because of the size. The doctors said there was no place for them to stay. But we're opening a new hospital. We've opened a new hospital. There is no excuse. Doctors on call need to be in the hospital. When you need an emergency surgery, you need it now. So that is a really important thing that the Ministry of Health needs to do. Now, you mean to tell me that this government so does not care about people that up to this day we don't have a national health insurance? Up to this day, people cannot afford to pay for basic health care. Brothers and sisters, just this past 2 weeks, 2 people from this very constituency came to me and said that they had family members with life-threatening conditions that needed urgent tests done. One person needed a CT scan, the other person needed to go in a hyperbaric chamber. And because they could not pay the money, the people had to just stay there and not have the test done. You mean to tell me a young lady is suffering internal bleeding? She could die anytime, and her family has to be running all over the place looking for money to go and pay Tapio because before they can have a test to determine what is wrong with her. And all the time her situation is deteriorating. That is unacceptable. We need to have a health insurance where there are certain things we call a basket of services where every person, regardless of income, regardless of status, is entitled to have. And one of these things must be emergency tests that are necessary to diagnose what the problem is. Because you cannot begin to treat a problem unless you diagnose it. And you cannot tell me we're wasting time. People are dying and people have to run all over the place looking for money. And the machinery is there, but they're denying you the care because you do not have money. That is unacceptable. When I was the Minister of Health, I remembered very clearly when we brought the CT scan to Tapio. Tapio applied for duty-free concessions. And the arrangement with Tapio was that we will give you X amount of the duty-free concessions, but in exchange for that, you must give government patients free care to the extent of the concessions that we've given you. Now that was a long time, and maybe government has exhausted that sum of concessions. But I think with immediate effect, if the government really cares about people, it should enter into a short-term arrangement with Tapio Hospital to ensure that nobody who needs a CT scan goes without it. And the government should cover that cost. A short-term arrangement. In the meantime, immediately, fast-track, establish national health insurance. Because I think it is an insult to tell me you take my taxpayers' money, build a nice hospital on the hill, you show it to me, and I don't have access to the care that you will deliver inside of me. It is as though you and your husband build a nice house. He showed it to you on the hill. Nice house, nice view, but he refused to give you the keys. Unacceptable. Because when I was the Minister of Health so many years ago, we started health sector reform. And the idea was that we would have short, medium, and long-term plans. How long ago was that? And up to now, we don't have health insurance to support the changes we're making. This is nonsense. It's the government that does not care about people. So, the message tonight, the second message is that people matter. Everybody is important. A person is a person no matter how small. A person is a person no matter how poor. A person is a person whether you're short or you're tall. We are all the same and we are important. Ou min pou dimwe Kenny Anthony pa hot. Pou dimwe, ou ni yon situation, a constituency ou même when you have St. George in such a mess in your own constituency. For 5 years, a temporary situation has gotten to such an unacceptable condition, and you have the guts as Prime Minister, as Minister of Finance, as the person who holds the public strings to go to the people of Beaufort and ask them for their vote. Kenny Anthony Packer hot. This government treats people as objects, brothers and sisters. Tansa, listen. When I was in the Ministry of Health, you know we spent time on mental health. The people at Golden Hope. In addition to the little they gave us, we raised $250,000 to bring some relief to the people. And we negotiated the building, the new hospital. You know what Kenny Anthony told me many times? Many times he told me, why am I taking so much time on these mad people? They don't vote. Kenny Anthony ka dimwe, ija las vetimwe, mwen ka gaspiller trop temps asu se moun an Golden Hope pis yo pa ka vote. Ija las vetimwe sa. So you see, that is what happens when you put God outside of your business. Eku evite on bet adida shamla. Me moko diu kile shamite, eh? So finally, I am going to wind down, brothers and sisters. Finally, look at the situation we have here with the rapes, the suicides, I mean the molestation of children. This has never been so bad in our country before. What is the explanation for that, brothers and sisters? Bet lakila, nuni puti wela. In addition to that, because prayer is important, re-establishing God is important, but he commands us to work. Kenny Anthony has run out of all ideas. I am not making excuses for the Department of Human Services, because if people are paid, they're supposed to work. But that department needs some serious help, needs some serious resources. Because you're talking about our social problems mounting and mounting and mounting daily, and you have the same number of family case workers there, you have the same number of social workers there, and you're not increasing the resources to that department at all. You are not serious. So Kenny Anthony Kaidu, children do not vote. Children do not vote, so he's not putting money in human services. C'est ça, Kaidi? So, for exemple, nous n'y pour les mains en diffé en élection ça. Nous n'y pour les mains en flambeau en élection ça. For exemple, nous n'y pour tirer bête là qui a tué en chambre ça là, foutez des voix et mettez bon Dieu nous assises côté ici posé. Thank you.
Est-ce pas ouais pour tirer bête rouge là, messieurs? Selby, les bêtes rouges pitch, ouais qui m'a donné quand tu as dit de ça. On y pour pitcher, on y pour pitcher, on y pour pitcher, pour tirer. Est-ce pas ouais pour tirer bête rouge là? People matter. That is the message we have to send to Dr. Kenny Anthony. People matter, but most importantly, God matters. Ek yo try quiti nous si men passe a. Là nous vin prédier. Ek nous doubout nation. Ek nous kouye a soubodie. But c'est pour mucho pour qui sa yo te ka quiti because c'est yo même qui tiye bodie. May United Workers Party, we bringing back God in the midst of everything we do in this country. Before I call on the next speaker, we have 3 other persons to make their way to the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands to welcome the candidate for Soufre, Mr. Herod Stanislas. Let me hear you. We also have the parliamentary representative for Denry South, Honorable Edmond Estefan. And we have the parliamentary representative for Mikud North and the leader of the opposition, Honorable Dr. Gale Rigobert. There is a candidate, you see, I tell you something, that there is a candidate in the house that I missed and he entered the stage, he tried to slick himself through, that's why. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us the candidate for Ancillary Canneries, Senator Dominic Fede. You see my people keeping me in check. So I don't know if that is on cue, but tonight I bringing you the dose ball. You ready for the dose ball? You ready for the dose ball? Are you ready? We have with us our incoming Minister for National Security. Et puis tout bagay la ke ni ka do about impacts the UWP. Tonight you will hear from Mr. Herman Gil Francis. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Herman Gil Francis.
Mama Flabo, bonsoir. The people watching us on television at home, I want to say a warm good evening to you. Our sister Sarah talked about the healthcare, but I think she forgot something. She forgot to tell you that the X-ray machine at St. Jude's is not functional. And persons now have to travel from Vieux-Fort to Castries. Kenny Saint-Hot. Tonight is a serious night, so I will not be making any jokes. I am going with the business of a new United Workers' Party. National security is the most single important responsibility of the state. It is the core development goal to aid and provide peace and freedoms towards a better quality of life. This is what we intend to do for our solutions. I am going to touch on a number of issues that we are going to look at, but my main focus will be bagaila mwede do kidekai pangeni impact report la. Na ipale about that. When this United Workers' Party get into power, we will look at constitutional reform. The work of Susie Dovey and her members of her team must not be neglected. The report states exactly what the populace of this country want, and we must please you at all times. So we are going to try to implement some of the recommendations immediately as we get into office. Some of these recommendations are a Kenipa MSI, term limits for the Prime Minister. We cannot afford to have a Prime Minister of the caliber of Kenny Anthony for 20 years. We must never allow that to happen again. So we are going to put that in place. We are going to put a fixed date for elections. So actuellement, Kenny a joué toute qualité de mix. Il voulait faire un budget avant qu'il y ait élection. But we're waiting for him. Whenever he calls it, we are ready. We want the return of local government. We want the constituencies to have a say. And when you go back to local government, we want proper elections for those senators, for these councillors, sorry. A bold step. We want to remove the Queen as our head of state. And we want to put a ceremonial president. It is time. We have grown. We have grown enough. We can take care of our business. So we need to become a republic in St. Lucia. The appointment of the Commissioner of Police. We need to look at that. Because for you to appoint a Commissioner of Police, the Public Service Commission does the interviews. But before they can send in him to the Governor General, they must consult the Prime Minister. And if the Prime Minister Pavlo, he got in no, and that's it. You have to look for another person. The days when the Prime Minister has that sort of authority over the Commissioner of Police must stop. So what we're going to do, when the 17 members of Parliament are in Parliament, whoever wants to be Commissioner will come to Parliament and make his case. He's going to give us his plans and his objectives, and we are going to give him a budget. So le bagay we ve un pays you will not blame the government like Kenny is trying to blame the United Workers' Party for ORC. Crime. The police force is the entity mandated to deal with crime in our country. It is therefore imperative that the police force is properly equipped. They must be properly trained. Up to a day like today, the police force does not have a ballistic expert. We need more professional scenes of crime officers in the police force. We need profilers, especially the rapes, and I will come back to that. But you need persons who can profile people to see who has the propensity to commit rapes. We need handwriting experts, because we're not only going to be dealing with small petty crimes, we are going to deal with the white collar crimes too. Because Lani has saved all or go plus. So we need to take care of these people. We have too many petty criminals in our jails. And the big people who commit all the big crimes are outside enjoying themselves. We need an overarching department in the police force to deal and investigate police excesses. Police cannot investigate themselves anymore. So we need a body put in place who can investigate excesses by police. In the United States, there is what you call the FBI. And the FBI comes in, you know the Americans have a number of states, and all the states have their own police force. But when something happens in any particular state, the FBI comes in and they investigate. They even investigate government corruption. So this is what we need. We need a body like this in St. Lucia. Rape, incest, unlawful carnal knowledge. These have increased drastically, as Sister Sarah told you. We need to strengthen the vulnerable persons department. The commissioner has tried by giving the vulnerable persons a couple more people. But this is not what we need. What we need is victim-inspired policing. So that when a victim wants to come to the police, he or she knows that we have trained police officers there who, by their questioning, will not further victimize that victim. We want police officers to liaise on a daily, weekly basis with victims of crime. You must keep victims of crime informed of the status of their cases. We must do that. We need to train our police officers in the line of questioning of victims. This is where profiling comes in. So when you ask a victim questions about who assaulted them, based on the answers, you can form a profile, and then we can pick up those persons. Interestingly enough, our Prime Minister, in a national interview, said, within us, there are 1 or 2 serial rapists. You decide whatever you want by that statement. I ain't going further in that. So the department needs a profiler. It needs a sketch artist, because sometimes you don't know the person. You can just give a description, so you need a sketch artist who can capture that image, and we can now get that person who committed the crime. We need a register of persons who have been convicted of rape, incest, and unlawful carnal knowledge. We are going to look at this register that is now in the air, because as long as you have been convicted, properly convicted, then we need to put your name on that register for everybody to know that you are a rapist. Now, the greatest asset of the police in dealing with rapes and incest and unlawful carnal knowledge is the forensic lab. Saki forensic lab. It is closed. For over 2 years, the forensic lab is closed. I told you some time ago that 43 samples were sent to Bermuda. But you know what? The lab in Bermuda did not have the ability to analyze those samples. So what they did, they sent some of them to Illinois in the United States of America. So again, I talked about cross-contamination. So I want to know, when these samples come back here, how the prosecutor will be able to deal with these matters. And it cost the government of St. Lucia over $400,000. We need to change the modus operandi of what the police are doing. We also need to educate our young people, especially our young men. Our young men must learn to respect women. Before, when I was a young man and I wanted to speak to a young lady, I first had to go to her home. I had to get to know her mother and her father. Mais actuellement, c'est jeune bouc la boshi, mais c'est pass it, pass it. No respect for our women folk. And then we need to educate our young boys and young girls in respect. We come on to justice. It is an indictment on our Prime Minister, who is a lawyer, that persons can come from the EU, European government, come to our country and rebuke us for the state of our justice system. Isn't that a shame? Justice Saunders recently remarked that fixing of the criminal justice system is not an easy task, but it has to be done. Failure to do so amounts to an abuse of the people. He went further to indicate that it involves a massive wastage of time and resources, but more importantly, it implicates the liberty of individuals. So Usav Lanimon Bodale put this land as a remand, and nothing is happening. We must find the money to build a hall of justice, which will be easily accessible to all. The building will have at least 3 criminal courts, 2 civil courts, a family court, a magistrate's court, and a small claims court. This is in the long term because you need a lot of money to do that. So, in the short term, we will do the following. We will get the additional funds to fund an additional criminal court. We will strengthen the DPP's office. We will review the sentences of persons who have been incarcerated at Bodley for over 10 years. We will do a review of persons on remand at Bodley, especially the young petty offenders, including persons who have been there for small quantities of marijuana. We are going to make sure that there is time limit for prosecution of matters. And I can promise some of our young people here and some of the persons who smoke the cannabis that this government will actively discuss the possibility of decriminalizing marijuana. Personally, I have seen too many young people, bright, intelligent young men, their lives spoiled because they have been convicted of a small portion of marijuana. These young people could do so much for the development of our country, and we need to take that into consideration. A United Workers' Party, on being elected to government, will within 6 months do the following. We will reduce the fines for tickets. When you charge a man $500 for ticket, obviously he will go to court and then you clock the system. So we will bring down the cost from $500 to a manageable amount. We will have a dedicated coroner's court to deal with inquests. We will have a dedicated traffic department. We will go back to legal aid. We will have a reduction in the remand population. Child maintenance is a sore point. We must raise, and I say again, we must raise this foolishness of giving a woman $250 per month. You must raise that. No woman can raise a child or take care of a child on $250. But we know for a fact la Paris travaille un pays. So c'est jeune book like aller la hall. So what we are going to do as a responsible government is that we are going to employ these young persons. We will put laws in place to deal with public officers who abuse their authority in office. And something I don't understand why Kenny did not want to do it. But we must give the British permission to come and investigate the Rigobert case. Because there are criminals out there. There are murderers within us. And we need to know who those persons are. Now, moi vini pour bagay la, actuellement, impacts. Moi de a des autres ça ou Kenny de gay pouyan ça. We all know the history of the impacts report. So I will go and give you a little synopsis of what happened. During the period 2008-2010, we experienced some criminality in our country, especially the northern part and Castries Central. Based on that, a task force was formed. And it was called Operation Restore Confidence, or better known as ORC. The commissioner at the time was Vernon Foswa. The Prime Minister told the world that he had seen a hit list. When he got in power, the present Prime Minister, when he got into government, everything went as nothing had happened. He confirmed the Commissioner of Police in the rank of Commissioner. Does that not tell you that he was satisfied with the job that Vernon Foswa was doing? Is it the fact that he was happy with the job that Vernon had done during those 2 years? He took 3 years after confirming Vernon to then ask Vernon to go home. Up to a day like today, we do not know why or what reasons that Vernon had to quit his post as Commissioner of Police. The Prime Minister must tell us. He must tell us the reasons. But the funny thing is that Kenny Anthony amended the legislation to bring in the investigators, not realizing that the amendment that he made indicated that after the investigations were completed, all statements must be handed over to the DPP. But what happened? Kenny Anthony is the one who received the impacts report and not the DPP. The PM gave a televised address and he stated that he had the report and would subsequently hand it over to the DPP. He stated at the time that he was a firm believer of the sacred concept of separation of powers. But in the same breath, but in the same breath, he proceeded to use certain sections of the report to castigate the police. And he said that all 12 killings by the police were fake encounters, that guns were planted on the scenes. So there he was, combining the three arms of government. He was the executive, and he initiated the investigations. He was the legislator because he amended the law to allow this person to come in. Then he acted as the judge, judiciary. He pronounced judgment on the police officers. The PM broke the law. And I say it again, he broke the law by allowing his cabinet colleagues to see the report before the DPP. He broke the law when he refused or failed to send the statements. And up to now, the DPP has not gotten those statements. He broke the law. Sezusha Nukawe Asuse Papia certain aspects of impacts. The Prime Minister must come out and tell us whether that is the true copy of impacts. He must tell us that. You see, the Prime Minister did not realize that he tried to fool the Americans, but the Americans are not fooled. They waited and waited and waited. And at the time he did not act, they put pressure on him. They took the visa of Richard Frederick. You remember that? They prevented the Commissioner of Police from traveling. You remember that? Good. Now, I come to Richard Frederick. Muna Dimwe, Herman Gil, watch yourself. Be my happy son. So see Richard Frederick, please number say Herman Gil Francis. Vinny. Now, Richard Frederick has a show. Can I help you? But I know, can I help you? Is can I destroy Alan Chastanet? Every first day, this guy is on his television talking about Alan Chastanet. So his show is not Can I Help You? It is Alan Chastanet. But do you remember Kenny Anthony? In 2004, 2005, just when Richard was doing the by-election in Central Castries, Kenny said that this was the most frightening thing to happen in politics in St. Lucia. Joshua, when Richard won his seat, said, "De Bugla Juen of Kai Palama, Yoshak, point at each other. I know what you know and I know what you don't know." You remember that? But today, Richard Frederick and Kenny Anthony are best of friends. And I will tell you, this is a proper, this document is in my hand. Okay? It is from the St. Lucia Gazette. So all of you all can go and ask for a copy of it and you will see for yourself. It is the Special Development Areas Act. Richard Frederick Construction Company Limited, approved developer. And it says, in exercise of the power conferred under Section 4 of the Special Development Areas Act, Chapter 15.29, the Minister responsible for finance grants incentives to approved developer Richard Frederick's Construction Company Limited for the purpose of developing lots situated at La Retraite, Gros Islet, for housing as follows. Now, 90s outside Ajwen. 1A, 100% waiver of import duty on 1. Building materials, automated and non-automated fixtures and fittings, including electrical fittings. 2. Energy saving and alternative energy devices and equipment for buildings constructed on the special development area. 3. Security equipment for the houses constructed as part of the proposed housing development on the special development area. B. 100% waiver of import duty and excise tax on one 4-door pickup truck to be used solely for the construction activities of the special development area. 2, 1 dump truck to be used for haulage of construction materials on the special development area. Millie, so now you know the reason why Richard is attacking Alan Chastanet. Because he knows that when the United Workers' Party wins, his goose is cooked. So finally, I want to endorse my friend and comrade, Leonard Spider Montoute. Spider did a tremendous job during the time that he was in government. And it is only right, after having made a mistake, that you correct it. I want you to vote for Spider so that Spider can come back and finish the work that he started. You must also vote for Spider, because without Spider being in the government, the things that I have talked about tonight, I will not be able to do it. So my brothers and sisters, the issue is clear, you know, very, very clear. If we want progress in this country, it is this new United Workers' Party. My brothers and sisters, thank you and good night.
We're gonna chase those crazy yo fou yo fou mwedo depuis autant UWP yo fou depuis autant Spider yo fou depuis autant Alan Chastanet depuis autant Mary Isaac depuis autant Harold Stanislas depuis autant Gale Rigobert depuis autant Dominique Fene depuis autant Edmond Estefan Lieutenant Bradley Felix, Lieutenant Francisco Jean-Pierre, Lieutenant Guy Joseph. Depuis c'est mon UWP, your pair. But you have to send a message to Kenny Anthony tonight. Kenny Anthony, we are telling you that you broke the law. And if somebody breaks the law, what does that make them? Yes, if you break the law, that makes you a criminal. And the things that Kenny Anthony is doing to St. Lucia is criminal. So we have to chase those bald heads out of St. Lucia. Not out of town, you know. We want them out of St. Lucia. Tell them to go. Kenny, it is time for you to go. And with the United Workers' Party, if you support the United Workers' Party, at the next general election, if you vote for the United Workers' Party, you will see a better St. Lucia. You will see a better St. Lucia. So my people, are you going to vote the United Workers' Party at the next election? Let me see all the voters in the house. Send a message because they can see us right now on YouTube. Wave to them and show them the voters who are going to chase those bald heads out of St. Lucia. We have a man here with us tonight. The man who has been the best Minister of Agriculture ever for St. Lucia. The man, when you walk through the constituency of Babono, they calling him what? Kekel Bousquet, T. Bousquet. This is a man who has worked. This is a man who continues to work. And even in opposition, he has never ever given up on the constituency of Babono. This is a man who champions the cause of the people of the constituency. He is standing with the young people of Babono. And ladies and gentlemen, he is the deputy political leader of the United Workers' Party. So let me hear you give a warm welcome. And let us make some noise. And let me hear you shout. Let me hear you scream for the deputy political leader and the endorsed candidate for the Babono constituency, Ezekiel Joseph.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Preacher, don't tell me heaven is on the earth.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Mama Flabo, what's what? Wow, wow, wow. Zot power. Zot power. I'm happy to be here tonight. I want to recognize our political leader, Mr. Alan Chastanet, our Prime Minister in waiting, and all my cabinet colleagues. Good night. And I'm happy to be on Spider's platform one more time. Because I know you, the people of Gros Islet, you are ready to bring back Leonard Spider Montoute as your representative. Let me start by saying that I worked with Spider. I worked with Spider as a minister in cabinet from 2006 to 2011. And we all here would agree that Spider is a worker. Leonard Spider Montoute is a worker because you, the people of Gros Islet, and the country by extension would agree that when he was the Minister of Youth and Sports, the Minister of Social Transformation, and the Minister in the Public Service, he delivered to each and every one of us. And that is why the choice is clear. You have heard it before, and I want to echo it, that we have to go to the polls and re-elect a man who have served the interests of Gros Islet, and that is Leonard Spider. Gros Islet, so okay, fair. I remember the elections of 2011. Zodi Spider Hagen. Zodi Spider a fait messy things. And you went from motorcade around the island. Do not make that mistake again. We're going to have a motorcade after Leonard Spider Montoute has won the seat for the United Workers' Party in Gros Islet. Because when you look at the performance of Leonard Spider Montoute, both as minister and as your representative in Gros Islet, the decision is clear. Ou pas ni pour kachile qui kalte décision ou nous pour faire. Ou ni pour dire camarade ou ni pour dire neighbor. And you have to tell the disgruntled Labour Party supporters who are fed up with Dr. Kenny Anthony, who are fed up with Labour, and of course, they are fed up with Emma Hippolyte, go out and vote for Leonard Spider Montoute. So my brothers and sisters from Gros Islet, I am looking forward to welcoming Brother Leonard Spider Montoute in cabinet. You know why? Because in Babono, we are going back to Kekel Bousquet.
And I don't want to be in cabinet without Leonard Spider Montoute. So you have a responsibility. Now, I'm hearing the Labour Party claiming the progress and policies and programs of Leonard Spider Montoute. And I will explain. When Spider was the Minister of Youth and Sports, you remember? The lighting of playing fields started under him. That was his program. That was his program because he understood and he appreciated the reason to light up playing fields. And I benefited from it. The people of Babonneau benefited from it. The people of Laguerre benefited from it. But now, when you hear the Minister of Youth and Sports, when you hear him speaking, like that's an initiative that he started. But I want to say tonight to remind you all, the lighting of playing fields started under Leonard Spider Montoute and the United Workers' Party. That is not an initiative of the Labour Party. You can continue Sanu Akumasi. I'm happy they're continuing it. You know why? Because what we are experiencing is that all what we have started, they are destroying it. In Babonneau, they're destroying. In Gros Islet, where you got Kwase Square, you got VFS Square. And things that started, they're not continuing it. I want to tell you, to tell them, continue the programs that we have started. When you talk about improvement to sporting facilities, let's remember the George Odlum Stadium. Who changed the name? Who changed the name and called it George Odlum? Our Sabavwe. Leonard Spider Montoute, after spending millions and millions of dollars to improve the facility down there. And what did we have down there? Carifta Games. Leonard Spider Montoute, a worker in your community. And I want to say tonight that if Leonard Spider Montoute was still the Minister of Youth and Sports, we would have had Junior Commonwealth Game in St. Lucia in 2017. Because Leonard Spider Montoute started the process and put in place the programs for us as a government to implement Junior Commonwealth Games. But what happened? Kennedy, he passed a feuille. Shondi, he passed a feuille. And up to now, the stadium is still occupied by St. Jude's, and Sister Sarah spoke about it. After 4.5 years, when they came in, they found the St. Jude Hospital 80% complete. Up to now, they can finish it. Up to now. But when Spider was there, after 1 year, they put a lot of pressure on him. Say, Munakit can make the pressure less Spider, Babatan Yokoyo. Where are they? My brothers and sisters, we all know that Leonard Spider Montoute has touched many lives in this constituency. Spider has touched many lives in St. Lucia. And in fact, you heard the young lady who spoke on his behalf, articulated the many programs that he has accomplished during his time. And programs that were supposed to be continued are not being continued. You have a responsibility, Mamai Gosile. You have a responsibility to bring back the Spider. You have a responsibility to bring back the Flabo, because we are the only ones who can manage this country and implement programs that can impact on you directly. What's happening now? What's happening now in Gros Islet? What's happening now in Gros Islet? Mamai Gros Islet. Qui ça qu'a fait à Gros Islet? Qui ça qu'a fait à Gros Islet? So you move from missy things to rien. Ou ka di mwen, ou te ni an nom ka fe missy things, ou ti ye actuellement ou ni an madame ka fe rien. I want to say tonight that I am proud to stand on Leonard Spider's Montoute. You know why? Because Leonard Spider Montoute is a champion. So my brothers and sisters, you must put your trust in Leonard Spider Montoute. You must give your support to Leonard Spider Montoute. And by extension, you must give your support to Mr. Alan Chastanet to be the next Prime Minister of St. Lucia. And you must give your support to the men and women on this platform, because we have the experience and we have the ability to control and manage this country. You must give your support to the United Workers' Party. You must give support to the Workers' Party. Now, I heard that I was the best Minister of Agriculture. Let me tell you something. I'm in the politics and I'm a member of the United Workers' Party. You know why? Because I know that the United Workers' Party is a party that believes in agriculture. I was approached to join the St. Lucia Labour Party. I was approached to join the St. Lucia Labour Party before Felix Fenister. I worked in the ministry for a very long time. And I know the St. Lucia Labour Party have no interest in agriculture. And I'll tell you why in a while. I want to say that I am confident in the leadership of my political leader. He will continue to give the support to the agricultural sector to see that we reborn the agricultural sector to the glory days that we can bring it to. You know why? Sir John believed in agriculture. Honorable Stevenson King believed in agriculture. And I've said before, and I go say it again, I have the fullest confidence that Mr. Alan Chastanet, our political leader, believes in agriculture. Because I had the experience of working with him as Minister of Tourism. And we are always discuss what can we do as a country, what can we do as a government to create that link between agriculture and tourism. And that is why I'm happy to be on this platform, and that is why I'm continuing to give my service to represent you, the farmers and the people of St. Lucia. But in 2011, what we heard, promises, promises, and promises. And from now on, whenever I come on this platform and speak, I will take the opportunity to analyze the performance of the St. Lucia Labour Party and compare it to what we did as a United Workers' Party when we were in government. And I'll also give you some ideas as to what we are going to do moving forward. Let's start. The blueprint for growth. You know that book, The Blueprint for Growth? Building a Better St. Lucia Manifesto 2011. Page 17. Heading, a revitalized agricultural sector. The first paragraph, and I read, the United Workers' Party came into office in 2006, promising to revive the agricultural sector and to restore the banana industry to its glory days. Almost 5 years later, the agricultural sector is in a very shaky position and the banana industry is almost dead. That is the opening statement of the manifesto in 2011. Brothers and sisters, les frères, Mamai Flabo, the farmers that are here today, is that statement true? Statements are correct. Because if you look at what transpired before we came into office in 2006, when we came in as a government in 2006, they said the banana industry is almost dead. That's what they said in 2011, after we served for 5 years. In 2006, when we came in, the average production under labor for bananas was 31,000 tons. For the 2 years, 2004, 2005, the average production for these 2 years was 31,000 tons. Compare that figure with the performance of the United Workers' Party. 2007 to 2009, we moved from 31,000 tons average to 35,000 tons. You saying that it was dead? We increased the production. We had more banana farmers producing bananas. But here it is, they come and they fool the people of St. Lucia, telling you it was dead. You know what it is now? Now, banana production for 2014 is 8,000 tons. So, qui moun ki traffic? Qui moun ki traffic? Qui moun ki ka tre agriculture pays set lisi? Kenny ek Musa. And Musa want to argue with me. Musa want to debate with me about agriculture. Musa, when you're ready, I'm ready. Musa, when you're ready to debate agriculture with me and the performance of the St. Lucia Labour Party as you as Minister of Agriculture, call the dates, I am ready. Because you have no record to come and debate. But I want to tell you today that we are going to pay more attention to the banana industry, among other things. Our target is to move it from 8,000 tons and to increase it to 50,000 tons in 5 years. We are going to put programs to assist our banana farmers. We are going to give support with inputs. We are going to give support with land preparation. And we are going to give support with all the necessary bits and pieces that are necessary to make sure that we achieve that. And one thing I've told my Prime Minister in waiting. Yo bagay ma di Prime Minister ma in waiting. Our farmers are going to produce and they must have a market to sell. And we are going to tell Windfresh that they have to buy our banana farmers' produce. Because that is what Windfresh was established to do. I have no problems in they going to the DR. I have no problems they're going to other places. But priority must be given to our local production. Must. I want to say tonight that one of the subsectors that will impact Gros Islet is the fisheries subsector. And I remembered Leonard Montoute and the then Prime Minister, Honorable Stevenson King, and myself went out to deploy a number of fads in Gros Islet for the fishermen in Gros Islet. I remembered in the 2012 budget, the Minister of Agriculture, Musa, spoke about the deploying of FADs. You know what happened? He came in, he found a program that was already established, and he continued it. But under the fisheries subsector, they said they're going to give more support for fisheries. And what did they say in the blueprint for growth? One, and I want you all to answer that question. One of the promises they made to you, the fishermen in Gros Islet and the country of St. Lucia, we will put an end to the late payment to our fishers by the Fisheries Corporation. We will insist that our fishers receive payments within 30 days. We will insist that our fishers receive payments within 30 days. Esakafet. Esakafet. You say 30 days, I believe it's 30 months. They said again, we will set up a new fisheries development corporation to manage the fisheries complexes and to attend to the marketing of local fish and seafood production. Co-fisheries complex. Where is that corporation? They promised the fishermen of St. Lucia. They went on to say that we will establish new fish aggregating devices, the FAD, to increase fish catch. Where are the FADs? And most importantly, they said we will energize the young fishers training program. Now, I'm happy they spoke about that, because we had a young fishers training program. And I remember your then parliamentary representative, Leonard Montoute, speaking to me and saying that he wants that program in Gros Islet. Unfortunately, he's not there. The question is, have you received that training in Gros Islet? Les tonight is Spider's Night. I want to tell you tonight that we are going to give all the attention that we can to the fisheries subsector. We had started introducing new technologies in the fisheries subsector. And in fact, in the budget of 2012-2013, the Minister of Agriculture spoke to this initiative, where he spoke to allocating resources to the technologies that we spoke about when we were in government. The problem is, it never took place. We have to bring back the United Workers' Party. We have to bring back Leonard Montoute. We have to make Mr. Alan Chastanet the Prime Minister of St. Lucia for us to be able to implement these programs. Because you have a government that is interested in agriculture. And as time goes by, I will articulate the many programs that we have developed for agriculture. For example, greenhouse technology. What's happened to the abattoir? You promised no abattoir de guy ouvert. The abattoir should be operating, but it can't operate. You know why? We don't have the throughput to keep this abattoir operating. We started a program and we have to come back to continue it, to give support to our small ruminant farmers, to give support to our pig farmers. And we have a program in place and you shall hear about it. So brothers and sisters, you have to make the change. You have to bring back Leonard Montoute, the United Workers' Party, and you have to make Mr. Alan Chastanet your Prime Minister for us to change what is happening in St. Lucia. And I have the fullest confidence that you have learned from the mistake. I have the fullest confidence that you know and you appreciated what we did in 2006, 2011. And I have the fullest confidence that you go bring back the United Workers' Party. So your job is to continue to give us the support. Your job is to go out there and speak to those who have doubt in their minds. Your job is to go out there and speak to those persons who are disappointed with Kenny Anthony, who are disappointed with Emma Hippolyte, who are disappointed with the St. Lucia Labour Party, and encourage them to go out and vote for the United Workers' Party. And I'm happy to be on Mr. Leonard Spider Montoute, and I have no doubt that Brother Spider will be re-elected as your parliamentary representative this year. He is the man for the job, and he is the champion, and he has proven to you that he is a champion. So brothers and sisters, give him the support that's necessary. Thank you very much.
Let's hear it one more time for the soon-to-be re-elected parliamentary representative of Babono, Ezekiel Joseph. Mahalas di Ezekiel, lei kachebe bai wujla la main. This is not called the blueprint for growth. Easy, you have to get the correct thing. You have to get it corrected. Is there anything in that manifesto that Labour Party has fulfilled? So you kamati bau. This is the blueprint for lies. Mate tu sel ki adidasa. Pay the fisherman. I want you to call the talk shows tomorrow. I want you to call on Kenny Anthony. I want you to call on Musa and tell them to keep their promise in that little piece of paper that they wrote and to pay the fishermen. Yo ka fait toute sorte kalte bagay by se fishermen la. Sa se fishermen na bwize, c'est l'argent yo. They have their family to feed. They have their children to take care of. Tell Musa and Kenny to pay the fishermen. That is what we want. Ek di yo last month, ti bay set lisi. Le yo ni meeting yo pasa jeme leve sa. Ek di yo zafè an yan di day, pis yo sav yo kiene jan set lisi. But we will not be fooled again, are we? We are smarter, we are wiser, and at the next election, who you voting for? We voting for the United Workers' Party. If you want St. Lucia to progress, if you want to see a change in this country, if you want to ensure that your family and your children have a future, you must vote the United Workers' Party. Mama Flamo! Mama Flamo! Before we call on our next speaker, I want to introduce to you another candidate, the endorsed candidate for Castries North and the former Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Honorable Stevenson King! for some entertainment tonight? Are you ready for some entertainment tonight? Well, we have a little bit of entertainment for you. We have a young man from the constituency of Gros Islet. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you make some noise and welcome Levan as he sings tonight.
Yeah! I would say big up Spider, the whole clique, the whole clique, the whole clique. I would say, you don't know the thing go in a real life. Hey. That one I say, hear that? The times are flying, get our youths are dying. Wants do something now to save the youths. The guns are flowing, get our youths keep going. Play it a little lower now. The times are flying, get our youths are dying. Must do something now to save the youths. The guns are flowing, get our youths keep going. Hey, what me say? Tell Emma stop from excitement. Give the ghetto youth, me say some upliftment. Say God say the youth there from I saw a real life thing, you know. I pick up the whole thing. My team, my scheme. You don't know what me say. What me say? The times are flying, ghetto youths are dying. Must do something now to save the youths. The guns are flowing, ghetto youths keep going. Longer you can save the ghetto youths. The times are flying, ghetto youths are dying. Must do something now to save the youths. Play it a little low, slow. Tell Emma stop from excitement. Give the ghetto youths me say some upliftment. Take out the youths there from off the pavement. Full time now we get some employment. Every day me get up just pay violence. Only man get murder, no man keep his silence. Spider is the rescue, come the evidence. But I'm not gonna come in no pretense. No, the times are flying, get so youths are dying. Must do something now to save the youths. The guns are. Can I take something?
I said too much crime, me burn on the rapists. So when me tell them say, me don't want no more innocent murder. Whoa, rip a boy now, take it no further. Whoa, hey. So long them looking for ways to stop crime. Can you believe I know them no fine? Just in your hole. Ooh.
Play it low, a little low, a little low. You see right now, me I go freestyle something. Play it low, low, low. We soon move. Watch how we go freestyle something. Yo, for my constituency, me go vote Spider. Hey, I go make me climb up the ladder. You think it is a joke, me love the. Oh God, oh God, oh God.
You like it? You like it? Gros Islet have talent. Gros Islet have talent, and it takes only one man to develop that talent. Who's that man? Who's that man? Who's that man? Spider again. The measy things. These are some of the measy things that Spider has done and contributed to in Gros Islet. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our program, and we have another speaker here this evening. We have a woman who stands up in Parliament, who represents St. Lucia, both locally, regionally, and internationally. We have a woman who went through a three-cornered fight, and she came out strong and victorious. That is what you call strength of a woman. And we have a woman today who stands also as the deputy political leader of the United Workers' Party. She is the parliamentary representative from Micoud North. Ladies and gentlemen, women in the house, let me hear you make some noise for Auntie Gale. Let us welcome Dr. Gale Rigobert.
d'abord. Maman Gros Islet. Wow, wow, wow. You and I know something. You and I know that the last election was stolen from the United Workers' Party, and it will not happen again. I am here on Spider's platform because I believe in that man. I am here to endorse Spider because he's a man of commitment, because he's a man of integrity, because he's a man who has wisdom and is full of love for the people of his country and of his constituency. Leonard Spider Montoute did measly things for the people of Gros Islet. And it would appear that you had seen so much, you wondered whether you had reached the limits of your own imagination, and you gave him up for someone who has yet to deliver to you. Leonard Spider Montoute, I stand here on behalf of the youth of St. Lucia, but even more intimately, I stand here on behalf of the youth of the constituency of Micoud North, because you saw to it that the Micoud playing field was outfitted with lights. So men and women in the constituency of Micoud North would have a full day's play, and if at all they were employed otherwise, they could come home in the evening and display their exuberance for sports. Spider, I want to thank you on behalf of the youth of Micoud North. Spider, I know, just like the youth of Micoud North know, that if you, Spider, Leonard Montoute, were in government, that the MP in the person of Gale Rigobert would not have had to write over and over and beg 1,000,000 times for the Wen Road, which leads to the Modipo Wen playing field, to be fixed. If you, Spider Montoute, were in power, the young men and women of Micoud would have a decent court fully outfitted with benches and proper fencing. I know if you, Lenard, were in cabinet, that the young people of this country, especially the people of the South, who for over 4 years now have been denied access to a proper sporting facility, you, Spider Montoute, would have seen to it that the George Odlum Stadium would have been returned to the youth of the South of this country. Spider, if you were in power, the men and women from Lapwet and Monipo, especially the women who play football and cricket, who come to me looking for sponsorship because they have been poached by international organizations, you, Spider, would have seen to it that these women footballers and cricketers would have had what they require to represent their country regionally and internationally. And I know, Spider, you have proven that as a minister of sports, that you spread your love for the young and for the sporting community, not only in Gros Islet, but throughout the country. Because you recognize, Spider, that when the election is over, that you, as a member of a UW cabinet, you have a commitment to all of St. Lucia and not only some. And that is what you and I are here to begin to correct today. You and I are here because we recognize that partisan politics has poisoned the future of our youth. because only some are benefiting at the expense of others. A United Workers' Party government, when re-elected to rescue this country, will prove to the youth of this country, will prove to the sportsmen and women of this country that their hope resides only with the United Workers' Party. You and I understand too. We understand too that there's a desperate attempt to deny you the liberation that you so bitterly need. You know that this country for the past 4 years has suffered an economic depression. And if a United Workers' Party government was in power, and you had a man like Ezekiel as Minister of Agriculture, my farmers in Maho and Peluge and Rayo would not have to suffer each day struggling to drive through nearly impassable roads, risking their lives to earn a living and to feed their family. So that's why you Babono people here, you have to ensure that Ezekiel is also returned to cabinet. And for the many contractors who complain week after week that their equipment has grown rusty, that they have not turned a key in a piece of equipment for the past 4 or 5 years, you will remember that under the leadership of Stevenson King, a Stevenson King-led cabinet, that small contractors were given an opportunity that you no longer have. So do I need to tell you? Do I need to tell you? Or has your pocket told you loud enough? Or has your bank account told you hard enough? Or has Lucileg, when they come to disconnect your light, told you hard enough? All the difficulty you have paying your Wasco bill, do I need to tell you anymore to convince you that the only political party that can rescue you is the United Workers' Party? You have on this platform women with a conscience. You have on this platform women with a conscience. Women who will not allow parties or politics to blind them. Women who will risk their political careers because of what they believe in. You have on this platform women who understand the plight of single mothers. And that is why to this day, I find it very hard to believe that under the watch of the current Minister of Commerce, in the person of Honorable Emma Hippolyte, that mothers are now having to pay more for sugar, rice, and flour. That is unconscionable. I find it difficult to believe that there are women who struggle with the memory of rape. There are women who live through the daily horror of domestic and sexual abuse. And there are women in government who do not have the strength of conviction and the compassion to stand to their cabinet and to their prime minister and say that they are going the wrong way. But I can tell you something. The women on this platform, we believe in women. We understand women. We understand the struggles of single mothers. We understand the struggles of mothers who are unable to pay a uniform or school books. We understand that. And that is why when we sit with our male pairs, we make it our business to ensure that our policies are sensitive to the plight of women. So you don't have to worry when you invest your vote in the United Workers' Party. You are investing your vote in a group of men and women who always, and without exception, have proven over 50 years that they put the people of St. Lucia first. You know, I recall in the few months preceding my debut in politics, I had the distinguished privilege to work alongside a man full of humility, a man who has made his mark on the political landscape, a man who has proven that he is in politics to serve people and not for self-aggrandizement. And my first mission when I met with this man, the first assignment he gave to me, he said to me that at a bipartisan parliamentary meeting, he as Prime Minister Stevenson King agreed that notwithstanding whether an MP is in government or in opposition, that funds would be made available, equally available to all 17 MPs to serve their needs of their constituency. Only a United Workers' Party can have that level of sensitivity to the needs of the people, put politics behind and put the people first. And I tell you, Stevenson King, you and your cabinet need not worry, because now the people of St. Lucia understand the error that they have made. And I tell you, they will not repeat that error. I want to thank you. I want to thank the previous United Workers' Party administration for proving to the people of St. Lucia that whether or not you vote for the United Workers' Party, when they are in government, they serve the people of this country, the citizens of this country, regardless of their political affiliation. And you may want to underscore all that I have said by asking the Laborites who fall outside the circle of the St. Lucia Labour Party Incorporated. They're suffering even more than you and I. So, Gros Islet, moi vini ek yon ti komisyon jodi ya. Est-ce ou est-il ou a ote fait élection qui passe ya? Souple, namande ou souple, pa fait le we sa la encore.
Are you serious?
Because too very often we have a very micro interpretation of our vote. When you do not elect Spider Montoute, it is not only Gros Islet that suffers, it is all of St. Lucia that suffers. When you do not elect Ezekiel Joseph, it is not only Babono that suffers, all the farmers and fishermen and families of this country suffer. And let me tell you something that they are terrified of. The Labour Party is terrified of the collective strength of the men and women on this platform under the leadership of Alan Michael Chastanet. And if they were not that scared, they would not be so obsessed with him. But I tell you, people of St. Lucia, the man who this party has elected as its political leader and prime minister in waiting stands alongside men and women who have capacity, men and women who care about you, men and women who understand your needs. And I tell you, that collective strength is the only thing that can bring the change that we need in this country. So pa felewe. I want you to join with the people of Miku North come this election and do the right thing. You see, Miku North always does the right thing. Learn a thing or two from Miku North. We always do the right thing. And the right thing is to vote for the United Workers' Party. For weeks now, they've been asking me to comment on a recent development in Miku North. And all I have to say to the people of Miku North, you have had me for 4 years. I have served you for 4 years under very trying times and with great difficulty. I have never walked away from you. I have never taken your vote, your love, or your support for granted. I am not a part-time politician. I am there every day, every week, every month of the year. I am no part-time politician. I am a full-time politician caring for you and your needs. So when the part-timers come upon you every season, say to them, we don't do part-time representation. We do full-time representation. And I want for you, the people of Miku North, who have come to me and to members of this party to ask for forgiveness because you voted for an independent last election. I want you to know that this Flood-Beaubrun family is a strong family, and even though you stray sometimes, we're always waiting to embrace you. Come back home to where you belong, to the United Workers' Party. And I want to say to those of you who are still a little bit confused, let me tell you something. The only entity in St. Lucia, the only organization in St. Lucia that embraces, believes, and stands on the principles of Sir John Compton is the United Workers' Party. The United Workers' Party is a strong family. And Sir John would be very proud of those of you standing here with us, even through the difficulties that you have suffered over the past years. But there are some people who are very convenient to make an association or a link with the right Sir John Compton. I tell you, that cannot be a convenient link. You have to feel it in your body. You have to feel it in your veins. And you have to belong to the institution that he founded, the institution that he devoted his life for, the United Workers' Party. So see you kota Sir John. See you kota Sir John. Exi Sir John te voeti hishu le call. Ex Sir John te fobagay by hishu. The only party that can guarantee you that this generosity and compassion will continue is the United Workers' Party. There is no one person, there is no one individual who is the custodian of the legacy of the man who gave so much to this country and to this party. Mama Flabo! Mwetan yo di kosa. Mwetan ma wed pubat. So yo ka vwe de moun gumek mwe. But I tell them, they can send one, they can send two, they can send 1.5. I will prevail. You see, in this politics, you must not play with people's intelligence. And I want to tell you, wise men and women come from the East. So those people who don't quite understand what that means, don't go to the people telling them you love them and you belong nowhere. You have a hand that is detached from a body. We believe in bodies in this country. You must belong somewhere. You cannot be a floating entity. You have to be nested in an organization. You have to be steeped in political principle and philosophy. You cannot be a floater. Mama Flabo! I want to thank you. I want to thank the people of Gros Islet, who I know stand ready to re-elect Spider Leonard Montoute because he's your man. I want to thank my staff from the Micoud North office and the volunteers for all the hard work they put into today's motorcade. We took our people and left it. We came to give some Micoud North love to Spider. I want to thank all of you. You are a beautiful people. St. Lucia, fear not. You vote the United Workers' Party and you and I will fix this country. Notice I said you and I will fix this country. And your part is very simple. You just have to ensure that come election day, no matter what goodies the other party gives you, no matter how much they try to sway you, no matter how much they promise you, no matter how much money they put in the palm of your hand, say to them that you and your families do not eat only once every 5 years. You eat every day of the 5 years, and so you will see to it. Tell them, in the United Workers' Party, we love from the heart. We love from the heart. We demonstrate our love by our work. Like the kind of work that Spider did for you. That was a demonstration of love. So, to St. Lucia, because I tell you, Alan, Mr. Prime Minister in waiting, be prepared for a landslide victory because this country knows. This country knows that they cannot, the people of this country know, that they cannot withstand the suffering anymore. And you, this man, will have to continue to stand tall alongside the men and women on this platform to reignite the economy of this country, to restore hope, to restore dignity, to restore pride. And I tell you, to give to you the brighter tomorrow that the United Workers' Party always delivers. Mama Flabo! Mama I sadly see. Mama Mikuno! Thank you so very kindly. Thank you.
I told you that this was a woman who stood above all. Let's hear it for full-time representation. Gale T.C. Rigobert! This is not a floating woman. She is not there part-time, sometime, and maybe, but this is a woman who's there all the time. All the time. And this is what St. Lucia needs right now. We do not need parliamentarians who are there sometime. We do not need some of them who do not care. They don't know what you eat today or tomorrow. We need people who care about your future. We need people who care about your yesterday, your today, and your tomorrow. And you need the United Workers' Party. That's what you need. So as Dr. Rigobert reminded you, let's never forget the misery of the last 4.5 years that Labour Party has put St. Lucians through. You should never forget the victimization of the men, the women, and even the young people who support the UWP, and even some people who support Labour too. They victimize you because they do not know where you stand. You should never forget that the elderly people of this country who has contributed, and when they go to the hospital, they have to pay the doctor's fee, they have to pay the medicine, and if we did not match, we would still be paying VAT on medicine today. St. Lucia, you must never forget. And so today, the United Workers' Party, we stand strong, and that is why it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you to a man who stood tall above all else, against all challenges, all difficulties. He took over a government on the death of a prime minister. He stood with the men and the women in his cabinet. This man was strong. No matter what the opposition said, he stood strong. He went through Hurricane Thomas with us. He went through the drought with us. And he kept this country under economic growth. Let us welcome, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the former Prime Minister and the parliamentary representative for Castries North, Honorable Stevenson King!
Mamay Flambeau, moi Kaila Oswea, Saki Dawa Pek, Piski Isia Oswea, moi Tan Ashaibug, moi Tan Maintenant, Shaidio Père, un Shaidio désolé, un Shaidio cabini fou, puis King ici à Oswea.
Somebody say, oh!
My friends, you have not seen me for a long while. Many of you have been asking questions. Many of you have been wondering about Stevenson King. Many of you have met me and you've expressed your feeling about my absence. But my friends, I say unto you, let not your hearts be troubled.
Many times, there are those who say that King is a silent man. But don't get carried away with my silence, because my silence can be deadly. But there will be a time when I'll speak to you in greater detail about what has gone on and what people have been thinking about Stevenson King. I say one thing to you. And that is, if there is one man in politics in St. Lucia who has been stable in his political philosophy, it is Stevenson King. I, as a politician, ever since I entered elective politics, I have been one place, and one place I have been. I have not been left, I have not been center, I've been here on the platform of the United Workers' Party. But my friends, tonight it's not about Stevenson King. Tonight it's not about Stevenson King. Tonight is about a candidate that we believe who should have been sitting in the parliament today, but who is out of parliament now. Tonight it's about Leonard Spider Montoute. And Leonard Spider, as we all call him, I recalled when he came into politics, that is elective politics, in the year 2001. He came with a commitment, he came with conviction, and he came with determination to serve his people of Gros Islet. He came and he put on a good fight. He worked with Dr. Vaughan Lewis and was loyal and committed. And he showed his devotion and dedication to serving the people of Gros Islet. Unfortunately, in 2001, he failed to defeat the candidate, then the incumbent representative for Gros Islet. But did that stop Spider? Did Spider run away? Spider stood his ground. And for 5 years, since 2001 to 2006, Spider continued to fight and fight and fight until he won the seat in 2006. My friends, the character of the man Spider, the determination of the man Spider, and the ability of the man Spider is an indication of the quality of men and women that the United Workers' Party brings to you every election, presenting them to serve you in Parliament and give you effective representation. Spider, having served in 2006, first with Sir John, then with me, gave me full support as my deputy. He always expressed concern not only about his constituency, but on every portfolio which he carried, whether it's youth and sports, whether it's the public service. Spider demonstrated total commitment to the people of this country. And every time I think of Spider, he's a man who often, when things worried him, he would come to me as Prime Minister. And he would sit with me though concerned sometimes, but just to be given the assurance and to make a contribution and recommendation about the management of this country through difficult times. Of course, many a times, the success of my leadership sometimes are thrown totally on me as Prime Minister. But tonight I must say that during those difficult years between 2006 and 2011, people like Leonard Montoute gave me the encouragement, gave me the support, and they placed their shoulders to the wheel in this difficult period of 2006-2011. Certainly, I was disturbed when Spider lost his seat in 2011. But since then, I have seen in Spider a man who reflects that determination, that commitment, and certainly a renewal of his interest in representing the people of Gros Islet, come what may, whenever that election may be called. I am here tonight. I am here tonight to support Spider because I believe Spider has the energy, Spider has the commitment, and Spider has the determination to represent you effectively in this country. What this country is looking for at this time, my friends, this country is looking for men of principle. This country is looking for men and women of principle. This country is looking for men and women who are committed to the cause of the people. We're not in this for ourselves. We are not in it for ourselves. We are in it to make the sacrifices necessary to serve the people who need the support of we the politicians from the United Workers' Party. And that is what we do. That is what we do. We sacrifice our lives. We show people that we are committed. And it's not just a show. It's a natural ability, it's a natural infinity of ours that we are concerned about the people of this country. Oftentimes when I go through my constituency, I say to people that I need not tell you what the wrongs are in this land today. You know what it is. You know what they are. And I put them through a simple test. I say to them, in the last 10 years, you had the opportunity of being represented and led in this country by a government between 2006 and 2011, the United Workers' Party. You know what you experienced between 2006 and 2011. It was a year, or period rather, of tremendous international disturbance. It was a period when oil prices were rising through the ceiling. Yet you had a government of compassion. A government of compassion who said to you, the people, that while oil prices are rising to the highest, we are prepared to absorb the rise in prices and to allow you to enjoy prices that you can fill your vehicles and move around throughout this country. During that period of time, my friends, during that period of time, it was a time when in history, the price of oil was at its highest. Fortunately for the Labour Party, before 2006, they enjoyed some of the lowest prices in the world. Since we left government in 2011, they have also enjoyed the lowest prices in the world. Yet still they compare themselves with us and say to you that they have brought down prices. My friends, we brought down prices. We absorbed the increased prices. We are the ones who provided the subsidies. We are the ones who said to the minibus drivers, you cannot impose your high fares on the people of this country. We will take care of it for the people of our country. So there's a difference. There's a difference of a government under pressure, delivering to its people to their satisfaction, and on the other hand, a government who has it very easy, but pretends that they're the ones tightening up or loosening up the nuts and bolts for the people of the country. So you must compare those two periods. It was also a period between 2006 and 2011 when food prices were also spiraling. We had to face those challenges. We had to appeal to you and say, be calm in this land. Allow us to manage this country. And we did it. We did it. And many a times, there are those who I meet and who say, could you imagine St. Lucia going through the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression? St. Lucia was able to survive, recording growth year after year after year, relentlessly, despite all that was happening throughout the world. And you were happy. You were happy. For many of you today who are being victimized and not being given jobs, you know what it was when we were in government. We victimized no one. We took care of our people and we provided to everybody else once they qualified for unemployment. Once they qualified for employment, we assisted them. Once they qualified for a job, we provided it to them. Because we are not government for a few, we are government for all the people of St. Lucia. My friends, this United Workers' Party was born on a platform of commitment, compassion, and understanding. A government that came to fight the cause that needed assistance against the wrong that needs resistance. And that is why today it is most important, as you compare the two periods, 2006 to 2011, and you reflect on what took place then, and you think of what is happening now, 2011, 2016, you say to yourself, it is chalk and cheese. Now is the time to get rid of labor and to put a government who cares about the people of this country. My friends, you must be ready. You must be ready because this election is one that you must fight. This election is one not to relax. If tonight you feel good, make it be better the next time you get to another rally of the United Workers' Party. Because we must stop nothing short of the best in terms of our performance, in terms of our commitment, in terms of our participation, and in terms of our representation to you, the people of this country. We have come to you to renew our commitment, to pledge our commitment to you, the people of St. Lucia. You have come to us because you have decided to pledge your commitment to us, to give us the support that we need to represent you, not to represent ourselves. When we look around today, it would appear that in this current environment of a St. Lucia Labour Party government, that there are many people who are representing themselves. There are many people who are on a holiday and who are enjoying themselves. But the time is drawing near when the holiday will come to an end. The beach chairs will be shut. The umbrellas will come down. And the people of this country will vote a party that cares about their welfare and their well-being. You know, I have said to those in my constituency, many a times they say that, Mr. King, you've won already. I said no. I've said no. I have won, or I will have won, only when my other guys, my other members, my other colleagues have won their seats. Unless they win the seats, I myself would not have won my seat. And that is why it is so important tonight, and it is going to be so important in the time ahead, to ensure that constituency by constituency by constituency, that you return a united workers' candidate to the parliament of this country. Let us start from the north of the country. Let us start from the north of the country with our man Leonard Spider Montoute. Let us not hesitate about our commitment to him. Let us look at all that he did during that period, 2006 and 2011. And I'll never forget one afternoon, Sunday afternoon, when he brought water to a particular part of his constituency. I'll never forget that. And I attended that ceremony, what I thought was a very simple ceremony. And it touched me. It touched me when this old lady, having drank her first sip of water from the pipe borne provided by Lenard, raising her enamel cup, and she said, "Nu Negro Achalma." The people of this country, my friends, are thirsty at this time. They're thirsty for water. They're thirsty for the water of the United Workers' Party. Let us raise our enamel cups. Let us ask our people to come out in large numbers and to support the United Workers' Party. My friends, we need to rally together in an onward march to victory. It's only when we rally together that we can be victorious. And I am hoping in the coming days and in the coming weeks and months, as I prepare myself to address you, that we can speak of some of the issues which truly affect you, the people of this country. Issues that we have spoken about loudly, but with no response. No response. Like a friend of ours, or friend of yours, or friend of many would say, not a word, not a word, not a word. But we will say, time is up, time is up, time is up. Because the time is up to remove a government that doesn't care about the people and replace it with a dynamic, united, and committed United Workers' Party government to office. In closing tonight, since this was quite impromptu, I want to take the opportunity once again to thank the many of you who maintained your trust and confidence in Stevenson King. The many who maintained that commitment to me. The many who met me and encouraged me. The many who said, Mr. King, please don't go. And even when they said, no matter where you go, I will follow you, they said, remember, you are Flabo. I want to thank you. I want to thank those who lost faith and hope in me. And even when they accuse me of all sorts of things, I want to say to them, I am here. I am here to serve. I have served you under the United Workers' Party, and I will continue to serve you under the banner of the United Workers' Party. I thank you, and may God bless you.
Let's hear it one more time for our former Prime Minister and the current parliamentary representative for Castries North, Honorable Stevenson King. Ekidu swear he has always been Flabo and he will always remain Flabo. These are the men and women of the United Workers' Party. They are here to serve. They have served you before. These were the men and women who were called the gouvernement of T-Canal because we ensured that every single St. Lucia was able to eat a piece of the bread and we didn't give the whole bread to one man alone. This is the government of compassion, the government who gave subsidies to our children to ensure that they got to school. This is the government of compassion who gave subsidies for the school feeding program. And this is the government of compassion who gave 100% duty free for all farmers on their vehicle. Lele ba to ekisa yo fe, yo TA. This is the men and the women who cares about St. Lucia. So my people, I want you to remember the days under the United Workers' Party. And as Honorable Stevenson King reminded you, compare the two periods. Egade fait l'isier ka pwe mesye. La yo promise nou better days. E ka chol masanuni bitter days. So my people, remember, you need to vote the United Workers' Party if you want this country to progress. Now we're getting into the meat of things. You ready for the man himself? You ready for the man himself? You ready for the man who's going to chase the lady out of this town? Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Louis Dunn as he does the song for Spider again.
Grande Riviere myself! Turn it up, turn it up! For this election, we vote in Spider. Hey! Rumors, them are spread in the air, but they can't stop the Spider. Boy, they greedy for power, the labor boys. Deceitful lies, them devise, but they can't stop the Spider. They greedy for power. Boy, they greedy for... The only one worthy to come represent proven leadership with hard work and commitment. If you look around, my country is quite evident. So we voted Spider back in this government. We voted for Leonard Montoute, Spider Montoute, Leonard Montoute. An election there we going out and we voted Leonard Spider Montoute, Leonard Montoute for Gros Islet, Spider again. We voted for Shai mon ka pale, tout kote yo pase. Yo pa ka fe anyen pou ede moun gozile. Spider yi ka travay pou bourgeois et malewe. True son of the soil, and he's there to stay. I voted for Leonard Montoute. Level Leonard on election day we going out and we voted Leonard Spider, Leonard Montoute. Rumors them are spread in the air, but they can't stop the Spider. They're greedy for deceitful lies and device, but they can't stop the Spider. They're greedy for who voted Spider? We vote. Hey, let me, everybody put that in there. We voted for Spider. We voted for Spider. We voted for Spider. We voted for Spider. Grande Riviere myself.
I am not going to delay, but there's a beautiful young lady standing here who's going to introduce to you the candidate for Gros Islet. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Leonard Montoute.
United Workers' Party, Mr. Guy Mayers, Leader of the United Workers' Party, Mr. Alan Chastanet, Leader of the Opposition, Dr. Gale Rigobert, former Prime Minister Honorable Stevenson King, Deputy Political Leader Ezekiel Joseph, other parliamentarians, executive members of the UWP, special invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you a man I simply call Dad, a man whom you affectionately call Spider. With my mom and brothers studying and working in North America, I have the monopoly for that role as the sole member of his immediate family. If I were to select one word to best describe my father, it would be honesty. This outstanding quality of his goes beyond carrying out his duty as a minister or member of parliament to his dealings in his private life and is seen in the way he communicates. My father never wears a mask and is therefore known for speaking his mind. If Dad is happy with you, you know it. If he's not, you know it too. This does not always work to his advantage in politics, but this is who he is. Sometimes I joke asking him where does he get his poker face, but then he refuses to have one. Dad is also a man of passion. As an athlete, he has learned to pace himself carefully. When he deems the time to be right, he gets going with unstoppable passion. So it is when Dad represented Gros Islet, the welfare and progress of all of Gros Islet and its people were the dominant conversation at mealtimes, on the way to school and back. He has a lot to show for it in the many projects he undertook and the lives he impacted, as I am often reminded. Dad is a humble man who never talks much about his achievements, not a word about his studies in Germany and the United States where he pursued sports medicine. He seldom mentions even to me that he is a qualified teacher or that he speaks his fair share of languages fluently. He does not even care for others who speak of it. So tonight, mine is not simply the role to introduce to you a man you've come to know and love so well, but to officially hand my dad over to you, to share my dad with you. I ask you to accept him with open arms, to support him strongly, and work with him diligently to encourage him positively, and to once again give this constituency its greatest performer. So here, from me to you, from my family to the Flabo family, the passionate performer, the man who delivers, my dad, your worker, Leonard Spider Montoute.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you look on the screen to my left, you will see the measy thing of Leonard Spider Montoute.
The momentum of commercial and cultural infrastructure that will stimulate the social and financial benefits to this constituency. This includes areas of road rehabilitation, infrastructure development, touristic enhancements, and social amenity upgrades. Some of these structures include a human resource center, a farmers market, a modern police station, and a Labon water project. Redevelopment of the Gros Islet waterfront includes creation of a boardwalk with restaurants and boutiques, craft gazebos, to name a few. All this will support the expansion of improvement of Gros Islet Friday night street party to the waterfront. Spider Montoute's passion for the improvement of life in his constituency continues to be demonstrated, and so the choice is clear. Re-elect Spider Montoute and the United Workers' Party.
Good night to everyone. Political leader, Mr. Alan Chastanet, party chairman, Mr. Guy Mayers, leader of the opposition, Dr. Gale Rigobert, former Prime Minister, Honorable Stevenson King, my fellow candidates, members of the United Workers' Party executive, my special people of Gros Islet, my people of Grande Riviere, my people of St. Lucia, Like Adel said, the Flabo family, ladies and gentlemen, bonsoir. Bon, avant de commencer, où pouvez-vous faire moi ça? On va même parler après Stevenson King. Et Léon fin fait ça comme ça passe, ou mener Adel fait un speech là, actuellement moi me casse dit comme moi, c'est ça même match ça qui fait là tout à l'heure. But I will speak to you tonight. I will speak to you because j'aimerais play en soir. Ma hele comme on fait en 2006. Ou savez na hele après élection là au fin de mon site là. But I have a heavy heart tonight watching Stevenson King speak on this platform. I say to you, the Flabo is back in full force. Tonight, you were told that I do not like to speak of my achievements, but I am forced to tonight. If only to make you compare. You have an important task to perform tonight, and I call upon you to compare, to contrast, and then to make a choice. And when you choose, after this speech tonight, I know you will make the right choice. Because you thought in the last election you could have gotten it better. But you now know who is the best. You are better off every day under the United Workers' Party, and you are better off in Gros Islet with Leonard Spider Montoute. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start by comparing. Because I stand on this UWP platform, a proud candidate for the upcoming general election, and I know this time you will not let me down. I know this time you will not let your children down. I know this time you will not disappoint Gros Islet, and I know this time you will make a decision that is in the interest of the future of this constituency. So, what do you have? You had me for 5 years between 2006 and 2011. You had Emma Hippolyte from 2011 till today. How did I perform? How is she performing? That is the question. You can make the comparison and make your decision. Because Emma Hippolyte promised you that she would stand up to Dr. Kenny Anthony. Has she done that? Emma Hippolyte promised you that she would not be involved in any scandal. According to her, scandals were in the UWP. But we have Lombard. We have Emma Hippolyte and her government transferring people carrying out investigations. Her ministry has been raided so many times, I wonder why they don't just place a police station there. Emma Hippolyte stood on an SLP platform and said to you that she is putting you on notice that as soon as the St. Lucia Labour Party assumed government, they would shut down the video lotteries. What happened? There are more video lottery machines in St. Lucia than ever before. And they claim that she was sent on leave. Dr. Anthony assumed her position and signed a renewal of the contract. But if you said you're going to stand up against Dr. Kenny Anthony, I'm still waiting to hear you. But you see, that is what happens when people believe they can get away with bluff. You have been bluffed, and you know it. But when I was your district representative, what did you have? Like they say, to put it simply, you had measly things. In Gros Islet, but you know what, let me start with Grande Riviere. Because we are in Grande Riviere tonight. Because take me to any part of Gros Islet, and I will point fingers of the work of the United Workers' Party and your humble servant, Leonard Spider Montoute. On this very playing field, in the past, if it had drizzled, you couldn't stand on this playing field because the surface was clay and your feet will be loaded with mud. There was no grass on this playing field when I became the Prime Minister. When I became the parliamentary representative, well, we all know the next prime minister is going to be Alan Chastanet. I had the best curator in the region who comes from Gros Islet, Crafton, to take over this playing field for a few months and put it in this condition that it is today. The lights you see on this playing field tonight, I heard Ezekiel talk about lights. I heard Gale talk about lights. Like what the leader were. But you got lights too. Because in Gros Islet, the playing field is well lit. And the lights that you see here, they were turned on after I left, but I initiated this project. Now, there is a lot to lament about since I left office. In Grande Riviere, I decided that we wanted to develop our youth, both men and women, and it was degrading and disgraceful to have young ladies come here to participate in sports and they have to go and hide behind cars or behind a tree to change their clothes into their uniforms and have nowhere to ease themselves if they want to go to the bathroom. So I built a changing room that is just behind this platform for the people of Grande Riviere. But you know what is sad? In 4 short years, if you see the state of that changing room, no management, no maintenance. That's what you got in place of performance, dedication, and achievement. And that has to stop. We upgraded the facilities here. We started building sidewalks because now you know here is a very developed community with quite a lot of people and vehicles. We wanted our people to be safe, the pedestrians had to be safe. We started building a sidewalk going down the road. Kote mwen dubut, lai dubut. We had earmarked for Grande Riviere, a space near the bridge, and the sign is still standing there. A place earmarked to build a park for Grande Riviere. It is still there the same way. And you know what is hurting? I established a park in Gros Islet, 2 parks in Gros Islet. One near the community center, one near the Catholic Church. I established a park in Moshi, and the next stop was supposed to have been Grande Riviere to establish a park. Ms. Hippolyte assumed the position of parliamentary representative, completely abandoned those facilities, did no maintenance to those facilities, allowed them to deteriorate to an extent that now election is approaching. People of Gros Islet and Moshi are complaining. She is running around now to show that she is performing. She has destroyed the park in Gros Islet completely and is rebuilding a new park. She has gone to Moshi and she is renovating the park. Now people, that is poor management, that is mismanagement, and that is bad representation. Because all that had to be done was to maintain those facilities. And you know, the little money that you would have saved, you could have given Grande Riviere its park by now. And so, ladies and gentlemen, when I was parliamentary representative, I was concerned about the youth of this constituency. I was concerned about the education of our young people in this constituency. And quite apart from the work that I did with the schools in Moshi, Grande Riviere, and Gros Islet, and Corinth, I established ICT centers. For those of you who do not know, centers where you have computers with internet access, where young people could go and do their research and socialize online and do whatever they have to do on the computers. We also organize training programs for them in the use of computers. We also organize programs for seniors to learn the use of computers. C'est pas jeune moun yon ki ka servi computer. Quand adel nou, moun koman ki ha passe youf, mani moun l'Amérique mwen vle pale bay, on les Skype, ek imo, avec ki sa la ni encore? WhatsApp. So there is use for those facilities, not just for young people, but for everyone in the constituency. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I heard my dear friend Herman Gil Francis in his address when speaking about law and order, talked about a crime that was committed by the Prime Minister. Now, even if this one is not on the books of St. Lucia, I declare it is a crime what Emma Hippolyte did to the young people of this constituency. I established an ICT center at the library in Gros Islet. She closed it down. I established an ICT center in the Human Resource Center in Moshi that was built during my tenure. She closed it down. And there were about 25 computers in that building. I established an ICT center in the Mothers and Fathers Hall in Riviere. She closed it down. I established an ICT center in the rural community of Labon, and she closed it down. I established a new facility in the community of Deramo where we would have housed an ICT center. It is standing there the same way. Nothing has been done. I refurbished and extended the Lafayette Mothers and Fathers Group where we would have had an ICT center for the people in Kaimaji and Lafayette. Nothing has been done. So I say to you, this is not a representative who's interested in your development and welfare. This is not a representative who cares about you. This is a representative who is criminal to have done something like that to the young people of St. Lucia, and Gros Islet in particular. The question I want to ask tonight, because when you return me, not only will those ICT centers be re-established, but Grande Riviere will get its ICT center as well. But I want to know, all those computers that were taken out of those centers, what have you done with them? We want them back for the young people of this constituency. Tell us what you have done with them, because you owe it to them. It is not yours, it is that of the people. And that attitude that the St. Lucia Labour Party has, because they realize anything that they have done and want to call achievement, it is our work that they just completed. So to minimize that, they have been avoiding doing some of the things that we started, and they have abandoned some of the good work that we did. But I say to them, you're not affecting the candidates or the parliamentarians of the United Workers' Party. You are affecting the people of St. Lucia. And so the people of St. Lucia have to take a position and decide what is your fate come election day. Now, moi ak Ezekiel te hen konwa dans cette situation. Kote hot sav ki koko makak ki passe. They said Ezekiel lost by 2 and Spider lost by 6. But tamote jen mo te katan en reggae yellow man te ka chante 226 super mix. We will settle that matter once and for all come the general election in Gros Islet and Babono. And I just want you to know that the court case has begun. Tonight's hearing is in Grande Riviere. So I ask you, the people of Grande Riviere, what do you say? Guilty or not guilty? I ask you to pass judgment on Miss Emma Hippolyte. Pass or fail? Miss Emma Hippolyte, ten your phrase like a just Vinny. It's easy to come when you have nothing to defend and promise the world. It's another thing to implement and deliver. You are looking at a platform of people who deliver. Like Vinny, you tell your ad, everywhere Emma pass, actual most of Zangatan, in every way Emma failed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is serious because we have found ourselves in a situation where we are in reverse and we have to bring back the progress and development that we once knew and we took for granted in this constituency. Now, I talked about what we have done for the youth. I talked about the ICT centers. I mentioned some things about the sporting facilities, but the sporting facilities were not only in Grande Riviere. We established a changing room at Corinth. We established a changing room in the HRDC in Moshi, for Moshi. We lighted the Moshi court, refurbished the Moshi court, fenced the Moshi court, and built a bridge for access to the court. Imagine avant moi te venu te build court ça. Ek se moun antenne pou jambe la rivière kon ka brit pou le court là. I established a park in Moshi, in Gros Islet, and in Massad, like I told you, and will establish a park in Grande Riviere when you return me to office. I want to talk to you about some of the other soft things that were done, not projects but programs, like training for the young people. And to facilitate training for young people, you need facilities. And that is why in Grande Riviere, a community with over 3,000 voters, we have to establish a human resource center for the people of the community of Grande Riviere. I started building a human resource center. After building the Moshi Human Resource Center, we moved to Gros Islet. And we started building a center in Gros Islet, which is about 80% complete. I think it was Ezekiel who talked about a project that was 80% complete. That one in Gros Islet was 80% complete. And the idea behind those human resource centers is to bring the community together, is to facilitate the youth in socializing, it is facilitate training possibilities for the young people. For example, in Moshi, when I was there, we had a theater group in Moshi who made use of the Moshi Human Resource Center. And in the Gros Islet Human Resource Center, we are planning to have a conference room, a training facility, a restaurant, and the highlight of the project was that we would have a theater established in that center. They talk about creative arts to the extent that they created a portfolio called Creative Industries. But what have they done for you in the creative industries? That was just a creation to facilitate jobs for the boys and girls, like people like Hunt, to get big salaries as consultants, and nothing is happening for the development of creative industries in this country. Now, talking about consultants and the boys and girls, check yourself, Gros Islet. Soon from now, you will see the Michelles coming around to you again. Soon from now, you will see Alpha Neptune and the rest coming to you in Gros Islet again. For the last 4 years, have you seen them? Koyo bon. Koyo bon. You can roule en l'argent. They are at the trough, eating the grub, but they remember you, they've forgotten you. But they will come back again. And all you're going to do if you take them on is to put them back in office while you continue to suffer. You cannot make that mistake again. And if you don't believe what I say to you, and I want to let you know this, I always say I consider myself an experienced politician now. Well, not in the class of Stevenson King, who's been there for about 30 years, but I've been there for about 15 years. I've never been sued. And I'm not about to be sued. When I speak, I spoke. And I am telling you this. When the United Workers' Party was in government, I remember I was called as parliamentary representative for Gros Islet, and I was asked to recommend an electrician who would be given a contract for the maintenance of the electricals at the schools in Gros Islet. $20-something thousand par l'année. Si pip $17 ka boucher en tout, moi si ça ka boucher en go to. Ezekiel had to do the same. Guy had to do the same. All parliamentarians had to do the same. So that any electrician or toute constituency ka fanti la vie pour aider famille. You know what the Labour Party did? That's just one example. Hot nipli example, hot mem sa di moi. As soon as they assumed office, they took away all of those contracts from those little electrical contractors, and they gave John Michel the entire island for himself.
Are you serious?
I am serious. That is what they have done. So when they talk about jobs, you can talk about Michel, Hunt, and the rest. You not in that. Because when we were in office, they called us Gouvernement Canal. You know why? There were so many constituency projects all around the island, and we decided we were going to share the pie, and every little contractor got a little contract so that he could put food on the table for his family. So if that makes us Gouvernement Canal, I was proud to be a part of the Gouvernement Canal. Jordi Jou, Côte Ouye, tout contractor en canal. I am saying to you, look at what is happening. All the big jobs that are given to one contractor who provides everything that is needed for the contract, and you are on the sidelines starving. For you to get a little step job, you have to demonstrate that you carry red, that all kinds of things like that. I got South Grande Riviere, le mwete district representative pour Gros Islet, mate kave Fijay, mate kave Koule. Tout moun en constituency a, depuis yo vini douvan, et yo pawe pour travail, take a job en constituency sa la en bas flambeau. And that is what we have to return to this country. Because you see, there's so much division already. We divide St. Lucia by intellect because you say you keep please smart see because hot hakite you can hot yon fois. And now they're looking to divide us by choosing who should eat and who should not. But you know what? I just want to say something, by the way. You know that champion song is a song I love. But you know what? I do not recommend that the UWP adopt that song. You know why? This is one of the few songs that brings a sense of unity. This is one of the few songs where we all can celebrate accomplishment of our people. And you know, accomplishments in St. Lucia are few and far between these days. The Labour Party has adopted it as if it is their song. But you know what? We have to send a message to them because they believe they are champions, because they are champion liars, they are champion bluffers, they are champion exploiters, and you have to let them know that the time has come for you to champion your own cause and send them packing out of office and return your government, a government for the people, the United Workers' Party. Now, I want to talk about my vision for Gros Islet. Because what I have done, you have forgotten, but you know it. And I just wanted to jog your memory a little to remind you. Now, do not think what I said there is all I have done, you know. Because right here on this playing field, to the end over there where you see the cars are parked there, we started a multi-purpose court for the people of Grande Riviere. It is there the same way, unfinished. But the vision for Gros Islet, which includes Grande Riviere, now I know sometimes when I go to the different communities, when I say Gros Islet, people think I'm talking about the town of Gros Islet. I'm talking about the constituency of Gros Islet. The vision for Gros Islet is to bring back economic development, to ensure that people begin to have a dollar in their pockets again. Because I was told just tonight, instead of getting contracts, your pocket is contracting. That has to stop. And so when we return, we will develop the waterfront of Gros Islet, as I have articulated many times before. We're going to have Ezekiel there, and I am going to ensure that the few farmers we have in this part of the constituency, in Labon and in Moshi, get their fair share. Because when we were in office, bananas and other agricultural products were at a high. Now it is at a low. We are going to ensure that tourism development is not just developed further. And you know, we will have a prime minister who has a passion for tourism. But that you, the people of the constituency of Gros Islet, get your fair share of that tourist dollar. And we are going to do so by ensuring that in Moshi, in Dauphin, we develop a tourism heritage site. We are going to ensure that when we create the opportunities, whether it is being Gros Islet, in Dauphin, and so on, that the people of the constituency of Gros Islet get the opportunity to get those jobs and to provide services. The market in Gros Islet, as far as I am concerned, is being underutilized. We are going to make that market a bustling site where tourists who come to Gros Islet will visit that market and not only get fresh fruits and produce, but also be able to purchase craft in that market. These are the kinds of programs that have to be put in place. And you know why it is not happening right now? Because you have a representative who only cares about power. She cares about her office. She does not care about you. And I can prove that to you. And you can prove that for yourself, because all she does for 4.5 years is politicking and campaigning. And that is why people of Gros Islet have said to me that since independence, since 1979, Miss Emma Hippolyte is the worst candidate that Gros Islet has ever had. And when you say that, I believe you. Because when you examine it closely, you will realize we had Gregor Mason who did his best. We had Peter Phillip who brought electricity to the Labon that I brought water to. That was a Flabo candidate, by the way. You had Julian Hunt, and I have to give Jack his jacket, although in opposition, he did his best and did a few things for Gros Islet. You had Mario Michel, who some laborites tried to compare with my achievements. I still a neck and shoulder above, despite the fact they are comparing 2 terms with 1 term. But now we have Emma Hippolyte. And what has she done? I am not going to be the judge. I will let you hear what she had to say for herself on a talk show when she was called by somebody whose voice I recognized from Riviere Meter and asked, what have you done for Gros Islet in the 4.5 years? You know what she said? I built a court in Riviere Meter. Now let me just tell you about that court. It is non-functional. It is below size. It is not marked. It is not fenced. Well, it is fenced. It is not marked. It does not have a hoop. It is unusable. But people of Riviere Meter, do not give up. Have hope. When you return the Spider, I will ensure that you get a proper size court that is marked and lighted so that you can use. But she said her accomplishment was a court in Riviere Meter, and she built or repaired 16 roads, and she has 8 more to do. I said, what? Call any given year during my tenure, and that includes 2006. And you know I was sworn in on the 19th of December 2006. Any year, and I can tell you I did more than that. And I include 2006. So when you look at it, you ask yourself, what has she been doing? But you know what she's been doing. Attending functions, attending ceremonies, attending funerals, attending church. I have no problems with that. But that is not your role and function. That is not your primary purpose for being the representative. Your role and your function is to represent the people and provide and implement the promises that you made to them in 2011. So you know what? The people of Gros Islet say she is the worst representative we have had. And you know what I say? She is a ceremonial representative, not a real representative. Now, there was a complaint throughout the length and breadth of Gros Islet, and you were saying, those who live in Gros Islet, that you are not seeing me enough. However, you quickly added, though you are not seeing me enough, you are seeing my work all around you. And now I hear you are saying, everywhere you go, you're seeing this representative, but you're seeing nothing that she has done. So you know what? When you return me, you will continue to see my work all around you. And I promise you, you're going to see me more often. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appeal to you so that you will make the right decision when the election comes. Because in this part of the constituency is where Miss Hippolyte got the biggest margin of victory. And you know why? Some people argued that I didn't do much for Grande Riviere, but that is not true. Now they're realizing when they compare what I did with what she did, I did a lot. But you know what they were doing? They were comparing Grande Riviere with Moshi. But I promise you that a lot has been done in Moshi. A lot will continue to be done in Moshi. But Grande Riviere will get more than its fair share when you return me into office as your parliamentary representative. So I want to say to you that I remain your best hope for this constituency. And given what you are being offered, Miss Hippolyte on one side and the other minor candidate on the other side, you know that you are safer with me because you have evidence of the fact that I perform. You have evidence of the fact that I implement. You have evidence of the fact that I keep my promises. And you have evidence of the fact that I developed the constituency of Gros Islet and I tend to the causes and the concerns of the citizens of Gros Islet as your representative. So ladies and gentlemen, tonight I'm here to make the appeal, to ask you to compare, to contrast, and then to choose. But I want to ask you, just having heard the little that you have heard, isn't the choice clear? The choice is clear. And when you speak to your friends and colleagues in other constituencies, you have to remind them that in the other constituencies, they have to do the same. Because like the Honorable Stevenson King said, we all have to win our seats to ensure that there is a united Workers' Party government running the governance of this country once again. Because guess what? When Flabo is in office, the economy does well. Because we were in office during the recession, and you did not even know that there was a recession. St. Lucia ride the rough waters with flying colors, and in the end, after the recession, we had consecutive years of economic growth in this country, despite the fact that we were coming out of the worst recession that the world had seen since the 1930s. During the time that we were there, we had Hurricane Thomas. We had the worst drought that we had experienced in St. Lucia, and still the agriculture industry was doing far better than it is doing under Labour today. When we were there, St. Lucia was rated highly for the ease of doing business in this country. In the world, sorry. But you know what? Dr. Kenny Anthony took the person that you elected, Miss Hippolyte, made a Minister of Commerce, made her responsible for seeing about the ease of doing business in St. Lucia, and our ratings plummeted. That is the accomplishment of Miss Hippolyte. As a rep, she has failed. As a minister, she has failed. She has tarnished the reputation of this country and put us on the list of countries that are involved in human trafficking by her decision to unilaterally sign the authorization for the Lambert's Academy to be established. And you know where? To make it worse, in Gros Islet. That is Miss Herman Hippolyte's legacy as a representative of this constituency. I want to talk about sports because they like to talk about the youth. But there is no government that has served the interests of the youth like the United Workers' Party. And I happen to have had the honor to be Minister for Youth and Sports. And I'm proud of the things that I did. And to tell you the truth, the only regret I have is that I didn't increase the age of youth from 35 to 65 so that I could still be a youth. But when you look at what we did, we established the elite athlete program so that top athletes in this country could get assistance from government. And part of that program was people that we saw who had promise. We employed them at the Ministry of Youth and Sports so that they could train at their will. They can travel with national teams without having to worry that when they come back they do not have a job. But what happened? As soon as the St. Lucia Labour Party got into office, with people like Emma Hippolyte and Sean, they terminated that program and sent those people home. And that included not just people from Dr. Rigobert's constituency like Zephrinus, that also included young people like Polius, Dalton Polius, and others from the Gros Islet constituency. We had a program where we started hiring national coaches. We started with cricket and a couple other sports. And among the coaches that we hired were Crafton and John Eugene. John Eugene is a young man, though he never made the West Indies A team, who distinguished himself and represented St. Lucia well in the area of cricket. And I will stand here and say tonight to you that that is one of the most talented cricketers that I have ever seen. This young man who dedicated his life to the sport of cricket was employed at the Ministry of Youth and Sports as a cricket coach, and he did fantastic work. Under John Eugene and Crafton, St. Lucia had been winning the under-15 Windward tournament year after year. You talk about results, Miss Hippolyte can take a lesson from that. But you know what? As soon as she assumed office with her Labour Party, they fired John Eugene. And he had to go and set up an academy. And thank God, the people of Gros Islet and St. Lucia saw the ability in the young man, have faith in him, and so he's earning a living now through his academy, and the young people from his academy are doing great work as sportsmen and women. We also had another program as part of the elite sports program I told you about, and I forgot to mention to you that Johnson Charles, one of the champions, was a part of that program. He benefited from that program. But you know what? They terminated that program. You, the young people of St. Lucia, have to raise your voices, and you don't have to accept that kind of treatment from the St. Lucia Labour Party. And you know how best you can do it? By coming out and voting on election day for representatives who you know will represent you well, and for a party who you know that will govern the country properly. So as I'm being told that I have to wind down now, let me just say, I want to make an appeal to you. Last election, there were many of my supporters who did not vote. Some of you considered that I had won the previous election by 1,000 or more, and so I did not need your vote. I want to say to you tonight that we all learned our lessons. This time around, there will be vigilance. This time around, there will be commitment. This time around, there will be dedication. This time around, there will be no complacency. Because support by itself is good, but support does not win the election. It is your vote that will make the right decision come election to return Spider Montoute as your parliamentary representative. And that goes for Babono, and that goes for every other constituency around the island, because you must ensure that you have a united Workers' Party government governing this country once again. So people of Gros Islet, people of Grande Riviere, ensure that you are registered. Your siblings who are just turning 18, ensure that they are registered. Your friends who have moved into the constituency, and I'm not trying to take votes from other constituencies, but those who have moved into the constituency, ensure that you change your registration. You can go to the Gros Islet market that I built when I was your parliamentary rep, and the people from the electoral office are there. Go and have your change of registration. Go and have your new registration, those who are just turning 18. Go and ensure that your name is on the list. And if your name is on the verification list where they say they passed and they didn't see you, go there and ensure that you let them put your name back on that list. Because that is what is going to make the difference. At the end of the day, you know the choice is clear, but you must have the power in your hands to exercise that choice, to make the right decision, and it is the power of the vote that will speak. Because at the end of the day, when the judgment is handed down, that court case that they tried to delay for as long as they could delay, they can run away, they can hide, but they cannot stop the inevitable. Because we are going to come out with a vengeance to ensure that on election day, you return me this time, I'm not being greedy, not just by 1,000, but at least 2,000, and that the other representatives of the United Workers' Party are returned to office, those who are there now, and the newcomers are elected as parliamentary representatives. Because you need a solid team of men and women to clean up the mess that the Labour Party has created and bring St. Lucia back on a path of progress. So ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from me again as time goes on. Like I said, compare, contrast, and choose. And the choice is clear. It is the United Workers' Party, and in Gros Islet, it is your humble servant, Leonard Spider Montoute. I thank you and good night.
Let's head for the spider again! Ladies and gentlemen, compare and contrast. And when I listen to the measly nothings that Emma Hippolyte has not done in this constituency, I ask myself, why? Why is Emma Hippolyte still your parliamentary representative? But that will change, because you have given your verdict tonight and you have said that Emma Hippolyte is guilty. And tonight you have committed yourself to making the right decision and to electing as your next parliamentary representative, Leonard Spider Montoute. Bye-bye, Flamo! Bye-bye, Flamo! Okay, we're getting ready to wind down. We have two more speakers. We have our political leader, and the Pimama Jacques himself is also coming on board. But before I call on our next speaker, I have a little surprise for you. I met a gentleman down in the city, And he says to me that he has something for me. He told me that Invader made a song and everybody's listening to that song. But he tell me, unfortunately, Papa Veda can't walk and he can't whine either. And when he looked around over the last couple of meetings that we've had, and he sees so much flabbo, his eyeballs started hurting him all the more. And so the song that he sung was the wrong song. And tonight I want you to listen to the right song. Hit it, Mr. DJ.
Ring the bell. Anthony, UWP, Menupani, Yovidi, Udetri, Economy, Setisi. A whole box of empty promises. 5 years we waited for you to deliver. Still. Jobs. Time to deliver. Still, you can't. Tell me who can't. Many things in life solutions may want. Many things a leader should do, he won't. So to the PM of this nation, I pointing this to your attention. We say, since you're Prime Minister, we messing things up with America. You can't. You can't. Night and day on the media, your heart's trying to full solution. You can't. You can't. To prevent your party's defeat, you're using dirty tricks to win the seats. You can't. You can't. Promising everybody they'll get some of Jufali money. Okay, you won't. You can't. This man operates without no sense or reason. Nothing short of treason. You shoulda, you coulda, you woulda, but you didn't. Because you can't. From this practice, Kenny, you must desist. You must stop making all them idle promises. The Juvali money was so hard to resist. Right now, both you and Hile on the Bourbon list. You cannot take Juvali money to buy Hile a constituency. You can't. You can't. If we ask you to explain why you ignoring the people's cry, you can't. You can't. Broken promises to fix everything, even large-wide solutions suffering, you can't. You can't. Cause I tell the speaker that's not his role. If the house you want to lose control, you can't. You can't. Even the dreaded impact report, you thought you could have kept a secret. But you can't. All those things you thought you could have done, surely you can't. You can't. Right now, election campaign in full swing. Nothing to show but 5 years of defeat. Now you all over beating your chest, declaring war on Chastanet like you possess. So now you're pushing for Hile to run to cover up how you spend Saudi funds. Hile, you can't. You can't. While some party hacks, they're taking draft. This we Mali will left to take the shaft. You can't. You can't. 20 years you in charge of your 4 years, them people have never been so poor. You can't. You can't. Now you see Chastanet as a shop bet. You have Kaka Glow and Falfwet. You can't. You can't. Chastanet say he will fix up CPC, restore our destroyed economy. Yes, he can. Chastanet can. We ain't listening to Kenny's lies. All solutions now realize. Yes, he can. Kenny, you can. Nabo tell us that change is coming. Chastanet's country whole. Yes, restructuring. Yes, they can. Shuffler, you can. And while Kenny destroyed our dream, Alan was busy building his team. Yes, he did. Show Alan did. Now Kenny afraid to ring the bell because of him we suffering like hell. Oh, you can't. Kenny, you can't. Alan Chastanet is a good leader.
St. Lucia. He has been there 15 years and he can't and he won't. Mamai Flabo! Mamai Flabo! Mamai St. Lucie! Tonight it is my honor to introduce to you a man who has stood up against all odds, a man who has taken on the challenge of the United Workers' Party in building up that confidence back after our defeat, a man who has gone through 3 conventions undefeated, a man who has the best interest of St. Lucia at heart, a man who combined with his family employs thousands of St. Lucians, a man who contributes to the economic development of St. Lucia. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to introduce you tonight our Prime Minister in waiting, the endorsed candidate from Mikud South and the political leader of the United Workers' Party. Ladies and gentlemen, Mamai Flabo, let me see you wave your flag. Let me hear you scream. Let me hear you shout and make some noise for Mr. Alan Chastanet.
Mamai Flabo! Mamai Gros Islet! Mamai Grande Riviere! Bonsoir! Good evening, my brothers and sisters. The energy in this crowd tonight makes me want to declare that the campaign for the elections of this year has begun. And if Kenny will not ring the bell, we have rung the bell for him tonight. I am happy to report to you this evening that our family, the United Workers' Party, the party of workers, is energized and ready. We are renewed, we are reinvigorated, and we are ready to assume the mantle of leadership in this blessed country of ours. We have had our challenges, but we are not like the other party that sweeps its challenges under the rug and relies on PR and spin to twist the facts. We heard your voice asking for changes in our party. And whilst we made them, they played out in the full view of all and sundry. But we never lost sight of what it was that brought all of us together in the first place. Our confidence in St. Lucia, our commitment to fulfilling the full potential to the benefit of us all. As a party, we're forced to do some introspection. We needed to modernize and renew our commitment to each other and to the cause of our country. We had to make the difficult decision to move on without certain elements who were not committed to that cause. Amazingly, some of those same elements that were thought to be unworthy and disgraceful while in the United Workers' Party have now found themselves in the bosom of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
benefiting from hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax waivers and concessions in an apparent exchange for publicly criticizing this party and its leadership, and in some instances, even standing down from running and endorsing the Labour Party. My fellow St. Lucians, I despise hypocrisy. I despise opportunism. I despise lies and deceit. There will be no strange bedfellows in the United Workers' Party. If they are not committed to working hard for that progress of St. Lucia, then they cannot be good for the party that I have been given the honor to lead. So we are here this evening, ladies and gentlemen, to report to you that we are ready to govern. And our readiness could not have come at a better time and more opportune time for St. Lucia. Our beloved Helen of the West has never been in the state that it finds itself today. Not only are our infrastructure and economy in a state, but what's even worse is the psychological impact and the failures of Kenny Anthony government is having on the psyche of our people. The dreams and aspirations of our citizens are being frustrated, and in many instances have been completely dashed. For the first time in my life, I'm encountering ordinary St. Lucians who no longer believe in St. Lucia. Persons who have lost all faith in government and in politicians. Persons who are on the verge and are indeed many persons who have given up on the possibility of a successful life in St. Lucia. You do not need me to tell you, St. Lucia is severely broken and is no longer of St. Lucians, and in particular our youth, who are the most vulnerable. I have one-on-one discussions with St. Lucian families every day, and I am saddened by the number of young and middle-aged persons who are seriously contemplating migrating from St. Lucia to countries that 20 years ago were doing far worse than St. Lucia. Kenny Anthony is dancing to the song. But does he really realize what it takes to be a true champion of the people? When 3 out of every young St. Lucians are telling you they see no future in this country and like more and would like more than they would like more nothing. They would like nothing more than a one-way ticket far, far away. This depresses me greatly, because I believe that this country, and I believe we all can be champions. But this requires strong leadership, hard work, discipline, teamwork, commitment, and most importantly, a great vision. My brothers and sisters, we are here with you tonight to say to you that we feel your anguish and we have heard your plea. We share your concern and anxiety, and this United Workers' Party is ready to work with you to take our country back. We are ready to serve you. We are ready for the challenges. We will make no excuses. We will only provide you with solutions. To all our young, talented, brilliant St. Lucians who dream big, Tonight I urge you to put a hold on those plans to leave St. Lucia, to snap out of that depression and the thoughts of suicide. Do not walk away from your mortgage or your car loan. Do not give up on the single, unsustainable job you currently have. Tonight, we're here in Grande Riviere and in the constituency of Gros Islet to say to you that the people of this constituency and to all St. Lucia that you must hold on. Hold on, for hope and the change you seek are on the way. Tonight, you've heard from some of the experienced as well as some of the new talent within United Workers' Party. Who better to signal a readiness for the task this evening than our former Prime Minister, the Honorable Stevenson King. He understands the cries of the ordinary St. Lucian. Stevenson King has been to the top of the mountain, but he never lost the common touch. While others are proclaiming themselves as champions, Stevenson King still sees himself as a servant to the people. Wanting only to champion the cause of those in need. We heard a few moments ago from Leonard Montoute, your former and next parliamentarian representative for the constituency of Gros Islet. Others make scheduled appearances at funerals and graduations. But not Spider Montoute. He made things happen when he was in a position of authority and responsibility to make those things happen. Leonard Montoute is passionate about the development of the communities of this Gros Islet constituency and is eager to get back in there and champion the cause of his people. And to the people of Gros Islet, I want you to know, I pledge my support to him in furtherance of the goals which this party has set together with Spider Montoute to take this constituency to the next level and to champion your cause. By comparison, the SLP leadership are champions of their own interest and causes. Indeed, they have championed the causes of their families, supporters, and financiers. Some have even championed their own causes. But sadly, when I walk the streets of St. Lucia and interact with ordinary St. Lucians, it is painful to see, and once again, that this St. Lucia Labour Party, under the leadership of Kenny Anthony, has not championed the cause of those who are in the greatest need. Amazingly, when you go around St. Lucia today, it's not only Flabo who are crying out. Many who voted for and who have remained loyal to the Labour Party over the years are expressing how these past 4 years have been equally bitter for them. And they now blame, and they know that the blame can only be placed on their leadership. I ask you tonight, who increased water by 66%? Who? Who reduced the subsidies on rice, flour, and sugar? Who reduced the subsidies for the school feeding program? Kenny. Who reduced the subsidies for the school transportation program? Kenny. Who increased the tuition at Sir Arthur Lewis College? Kenny. Who made pensioners pay property tax? Kenny. Who lied about the gas tax? Kenny. Who has destroyed the reputation of St. Lucia? Kenny. Who said he would never sell passports? Kenny. Who has sold diplomacy? Kenny. Who has destroyed agriculture? Kenny. Who has not opened the new hospitals? Kenny. Who increased the license fees for vehicles? Kenny. Who implemented VAT and who refused to remove VAT on medicine until the United Workers' Party pressured him? Kenny. And I just heard, who is going to raise gas prices tomorrow morning? Kenny. Who is the worst prime minister this country has ever had? Who must go? I want you to think, who is benefited? Only the families and the financiers of labor ministers have enjoyed the better days. The majority of St. Lucians have had their worst days under Kenny Anthony and labor. Wherever I go, the cry is one and the same. It is time for a change. Change is a must. What we need in St. Lucia right now, ladies and gentlemen, is not just any leader or any party. We need a real change that benefits everyone. Our farmers, our teachers and all their support staff, our nurses, our single mothers, our policemen, our civil servants, our construction workers, our youth, our mothers and pensioners. They all need to know, and I promise to them tonight, that help is on the way. Change is coming. It is obvious to all of us, St. Lucia is moving in the wrong direction. The blueprint for growth has not and cannot cater to the needs of the vast majority of St. Lucians. The cynics in our midst would have you believe that all politicians are the same and that a change of government in this country would make no difference. But I say to you tonight, I, Alan Chastanet, your political leader, give you my solemn pledge to serve you. I bring my experience, I bring a team of dedicated workers, and I bring a progressive vision. And I am saying to you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, that a vote for Alan Chastanet and this United Workers' Party will start the process of building a new solid foundation with fortified pillars and our focus will be on growth and, most importantly, a fair share for all. There are fundamental differences between Kenny Anthony and Alan Chastanet when it comes to the development of St. Lucia. He believes that he is entitled to revenue. I believe that you must earn revenue. He believes in high taxes. I believe in low taxes. He believes in big government. I believe in an efficient government. He believes in excuses. I believe in solutions. He leads the party of can't. I lead the party of yes, we can. He has destroyed the banana industry along with the farmers. We will build it back. He believes in mediocrity. I believe in excellence. He believes in spending money. I believe in investing money. He believes in a supreme ruler. I believe in democracy and decisions through consensus. He believes in giving man a fish. I believe in teaching a man how to fish. He believes in the labor hacks. I believe in all the people of St. Lucia. I am at a loss to understand how Kenny Anthony could have the audacity to offer himself as a candidate for leadership of this country for a 4th consecutive term, especially given his historic failure as a leader of this country and his reputation as one of the worst prime ministers in the history of CARICOM. The man was brought back here in 1996 as the so-called Great Messiah. Do you remember that? He promised to infuse the Labour Party and the country with new ideas and a new focus going forward. But we now know he lacked both the will and the capacity to deliver. I listened to the Prime Minister in cul-de-sac, where he once again tried to sell us on his latest version of the Promised Land, to make healthcare a priority, an education revolution, to pay CXCs not this year, but next year. Another 4-lane highway. And let us not forget the promise of jobs, jobs, jobs. The promise of better days. The promise of $100 million, or more like 100 million excuses. But I ask you, what about the promise to Mario Michel of leadership after 2 terms? What about the promise to Philip Pierre that he would leave after 3 years? What about the promise to Sir Julian, the governorship that he promised him? Like Mario, Philip, Sir Julian, and all St. Lucians, we are all left holding stones. Go wash to sell.
Hold it there.
Seriously. I want to ask Sir Julian, and in particular, Old Labour, are you persuaded 20 years later that if your party knew then what they know now, that they would have replaced you as the leader of the Labour Party in 1995? What has happened to the values of the Labour Party? For 15 of the last 20 years, Kenny Anthony has been at the helm of government in St. Lucia. Yet in this forthcoming general election campaign, he finds himself still promising yet another vision and plan for the development of the country. 15 years at the helm, and we cannot point to one single sector that one can say Kenny Anthony built or advanced. People of St. Lucia, I'm asking you tonight, after 15 years at the helm of the government of St. Lucia, has Kenny Anthony built a world-class tourism industry? He didn't, but we will. Has Kenny Anthony developed agriculture? He didn't, but we will. Has Kenny improved and modernized healthcare? He didn't, but we will. Has Kenny Anthony pioneered education? He didn't, but we will. Has Kenny Anthony made St. Lucia safer? He didn't, but we will. Has Kenny Anthony improved the state of housing? He didn't, but we will. Has Kenny Anthony created permanent and meaningful employment opportunities for the young people of this country? He didn't, but I will. My fellow St. Lucians, this is the most important decision to consider in the upcoming campaign. Kenny Anthony has not given us, and he never intended to give us, better days. He should be ashamed of himself because he sees nothing wrong with St. Lucia as it is. He sees nothing wrong with the poverty plaguing our nation. He sees nothing wrong with the mothers having to come to him to beg for food and school books for their children. He thinks he's doing them a favor. But these are basic human rights which civilized society must provide. Kenny sees nothing in our country, Kenny sees nothing wrong with the illiteracy in our country or the social ills becoming more prevalent. Each day, he sees nothing wrong with the rising level of crime, the unabated violence against women, the rising debt, the rising unemployment, in particular amongst the youth. He sees nothing wrong with the breakdown of the police force, the judicial system, and the healthcare system. And he sees nothing wrong because these issues do not affect him. It is we who pay the price. When Jadia needed medical care, did he send her to Victoria Hospital? No. No. But it was our taxpayer dollars which were used to send her to Martinique. And it is our taxpayer dollars paying for Leo Clark's daughter to attend a private school in Washington, D.C. at the cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. And at the same time, he's paying Leo Clark's daughter's school fees. He cut the subsidy on transportation to our kids. And he cut the subsidy to the school feeding program. The man is unconscionable. And so when I say that he sees nothing wrong, it is because he has done absolutely nothing to address these issues. There is no sense of urgency on his part that these ills must be fixed. All we get are lying excuses and the blame game. These are the things which should cause a nation's leader to have sleepless nights. I am the son of Michael Chastanet. I do not wait for things to happen. I make things happen. I walk the streets of St. Lucia every day. I go canvassing with the various candidates, and I encounter communities in this country that are almost in the same circumstance, or in some cases, far worse than they were 20 years ago when Kenny Anthony assumed the leadership of this country. 20 years later, communities across St. Lucia are crying out for help. After 20 years of the worst example of leadership and decision-making in St. Lucia, Kenny Anthony now has the gall to ask for a fourth term. We all know where there is no vision, the people will perish. Kenny Anthony does not have a clear vision or any ambition for our children or this island. That is why he has achieved nothing after 20 years. Do you believe that he now has a vision for Vieux Fort? Do you believe that he has a vision for our farmers? Do you believe he has a vision for the youth of this country? Do you believe that he has a vision for St. Lucia? I am saying to the people of St. Lucia tonight that Kenny Anthony is a hoax, a failure. He was given an unprecedented mandate by the voters. 16-1, 14-3, and now 11-6. But he has dismally failed to deliver anything. I'm saying to you, the citizens of St. Lucia, that this United Workers' Party, under my watch, with our new team of candidates, shall develop this country. Indeed, just as Sir John Compton and his team of builders over 4 decades ago. We are not satisfied with the quality of education in this country today. We are not satisfied with the quality of healthcare. We are not proud of the housing stock. We're not persuaded that we have fully utilized the opportunities of both cruise and land tourism. The Caribbean is only 1.5% of the world tourism. In other words, St. Lucia is less than 2%. So in other words, there is a lot of opportunity for St. Lucia to grow. Tourism is our most globally competitive industry. It is an industry that will create more demand for our agricultural and manufactured products. Tourism brings the world to our doorstep and is a platform to promote the best from St. Lucia. For tourism to be successful, we need to build an authentic tourism product, which means we have to encourage more St. Lucians to be involved as entrepreneurs. We still have a program to ensure our nationals be given access to viable land and the requisite resources to be successful. UWP is equally not satisfied with the level of technological advancement and the priority given to agriculture. St. Lucia today should be producing more of what it consumes and should also be exporting to our neighboring islands. So, brothers and sisters, the case will be made in the coming weeks for the election of the United Workers' Party to office. We're bringing to you an excellent blend of youth and experience. We're bringing to you a well thought out and packaged set of ideas for the salvation of this country. We're saying this evening that we have to chart a new path forward if St. Lucia is to be developed to its fullest potential. St. Lucia, in its present state, cannot meet the needs and expectations of our population. Worse yet, we are falling behind the rest of the world. In short, things are just not right in sweet St. Lucie. Too many of our people have been marginalized and are made to feel like outsiders in our own country. We're saying tonight that we need to build a new St. Lucia. A St. Lucia that is fair and just. A St. Lucia where hard work and a positive attitude brings progress, fulfillment, and financial reward for all. I'm saying to you this evening that over the last 3 years, we have worked hard as a party to sensitize ourselves to the changes that are required. We have embraced the vision of a new approach to national development. Leonard Montoute is a senior member of this team. He is eager to resume the work he started. He will return sensitive, compassionate, and meaningful representation to this constituency. I'm saying to the voters of Gros Islet constituency that there is a united team, a new vision with a renewed commitment to grow St. Lucia. I am saying to you that Kenny Anthony has failed and will continue to fail because he is incapable of delivering the type of visionary leadership that is required. There is nothing in another Kenny Anthony victory for the people of Gros Islet. He failed you once. He failed you twice. And now he has failed you for the third time. He and Emma have not delivered better days, jobs, good government, or transparency. Emma has never once stood up and fought against any of Kenny's oppressive policies. Where was Emma when Kenny implemented the 15% VAT, which crippled our economy? Where was Emma when he put VAT on medication and when Kenny implemented the gas tax? Did she stand up and fight for the constituency of Gros Islet when he raised the property taxes, when he saddled the nation with outrageous costs for bridges? What did Emma say or do when our country was mired in scandal after the Lambert's Academy fallout and Jafali affair? And what is she saying now about the gaming machines she promised would no longer be operational under her watch? What is she saying about the implications to our nation if we lose the Grindberg case? A decision taken solely by Kenny Anthony and ultimately could potentially bankrupt St. Lucia. As Rick Wayne said, not a word, not a word, not a word. I am asking you, the voters in Gros Islet and the wider St. Lucia this evening, to come and be part of this movement for change. Real change starts with you. Real change starts with your voice and ultimately your vote. Come join the workers, come join our party of proven builders, and let's commit to working together to build a new St. Lucia, the best St. Lucia for all of us. I thank you very much for coming out. I look forward to your support. I look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. And let us make sure that when Kenny Anthony rings that bell, we are ready to say to him, Kenny, you must go. Thank you.
Flabo, let me see a Flabo, come on! Mama, Flabo! Mama, Flabo! There you have it, our Prime Minister in waiting. They've been calling and they've been asking, and every single meeting that we have, every opportunity we get, we remind you of how this party is committed to making the lives of St. Lucians better. Let's say it one more time for our political leader and our Prime Minister in waiting. To do our vote, so we're doing things a little different tonight. To do our vote of thanks and to thank you so much for being here, we call on the Honorable Guy Joseph.
Bonsoir. Now look here, we're ending the meeting. We're not starting the meeting. But tonight I must greet you. And I must tell you that I feel very good tonight because the United Workers' Party is back in full force. The Honorable Stevenson King has sent Kenny Anthony once again back to the drawing board tonight. Labour has to rethink their strategy. Not only in one instance, but in two instances. They launched a candidate tonight. I heard it was almost a flop. I don't know what Steve did with the people in La Clery, but must have Jean Castries North Pater launching, sir. Now, I cannot live here if I don't endorse Spider Montoute as the candidate for Gros Islet. Let me tell you, and I will tell you something about Flood-Beaubrun, and you better believe that. Lewe Flood-Beaubrun ni disagreement yo, ek yo kapale, pa mete bouchou adidasa. Because I always told you, when the time is right, you will have a united workers' party ready to take on the Labour Party. Now, before the police tell me my time is up.
Call security!
If SLP want to have a discussion on the integrity of people in public office, I am ready for that discussion. And I want to ask Emma Hippolyte, what was your role in the Lombards affair? And I want to ask Robert Lewis, what was your role in the Lombards affair? I want to ask Emma Hippolyte, on behalf of Spider, do you have a restaurant at the airport in Vieux-Fort? Oh. And how did you get that restaurant as a minister? Ou pa kwela na janvier fort ki pli bouzwe restaurant sa pase, Emma? Now, in my hand tonight is a CD. And on this CD are 62 closed businesses in Vieux-Fort. The constituency of the Prime Minister. Doc, 62 closed businesses. Now, si ken ni pa sa manage Vieux-Fort, c'est simply si ka sa manage.
Somebody say, oh!
You see, the Bible says that some people put their money in bags with holes. Ou ka me l'argent en sac kin tout. So l'argent ka toujours disparaître. Depuis le bas office, l'argent c'est ici ka ale en sac kin tout. The money disappears. You cannot find it. But when I have my time to speak, so, Robert, you said, you know, I want you to tell me why Hille is the candidate and not you. And I heard he bought a building very expensive. I want to know where the money came from. Because you, the people of St. Lucia, must come to realize the last thing I will say tonight, and Spider, ou pas dit c'est Jean Goinvier à ça, swear, mais I dio. Last time I checked, Emma said the constituency was too large.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am serious. Ou changer the constituency Gros Islet top go? me report lie. So, mwen vle madame, S constituency a S size la base. Have they reduced on the size of the Gros Islet constituency? Le ou te vle coupe constituency avant mwen te mene hot l'audience. Ite top go. Sa ki fet a brezan. So ou vle vin mati bay se moun nan. Ou vle vin kwene yo akor pou di yo ou sa manage whole constituency. There is only one man in St. Lucia who can manage the whole of the Gros Islet constituency. And that man is Leonard Spider Montoute. And you have no choice in this election but to vote Leonard Spider Montoute. Good night and God bless you.
Mama Flabo, let me take this opportunity to thank you so much for your attendance at our meeting tonight. Let me say thank you to the constituency of Gros Islet. Thank you to all the members sitting right here on the stage. Thank you to the media and the police. Thank you very much, supporters, well-wishers.